This time is 165. It's good to have you. I hope you're ready to check out some art. So we have a lot of art to review today. A lot of really nice stuff. So I'm excited. A little bit of an introduction as usual. If you're new to all this, welcome. It's really good to have you. So if you're watching this a little bit later on YouTube, months in the future, and you're wondering, what is this about? What is this, like 6-7 hour long video? Well, it's a recording of a past stream that I've had with my students. And so, yeah, if you want to attend to something like this, if you're curious about it, essentially you have to be a student in my art school program, and with the mentorship option or the feedback option, same. I just call it the feedback option, but it's really just a long 1 year mentorship. Instead of being kind of like super intense over a couple of weeks or a couple of days, like many hours, it's just spread over an entire year. And so, yeah, if you're looking for more information about that, curious, want to check it out, find a link to it in the description below. But for everybody else here, let's go. Let's get to it. So this is what's been submitted this week. So a big list, and here we have a good amount of entries today. All right, so yeah, that's good enough. So let's just get started. So first one here, and these are all in order that they were submitted. Make sure that you're strapped in. We're in for long rides. Here we go. Gaily finished the building. I practiced light and shadow on this week, and then started working on a new one, which is not yet finished. For this new building, I had a hard time figuring out the cast shadows, mostly the shadows of the roof. Was hard this time because of this more organic shape. Is there a proper way for drawing them? Or is this something that you have to eyeball a bit as well? These, you mean? Eyeball, maybe to a little. I mean, you can always construct them, but would that be a worthwhile time investment? Probably not. But what I would do is always, you start with kind of just boxes and like simpler shapes, and then you kind of just hack at them. So let's say you would start with like a big square here. That's probably what you did anyways. Try to find the middle so that you know where the center of that, that little roof here is going to be. If you wanted to stick out some more, then you can pull that out some more here, so that you have like a beam that sticks out. And then from there you'll have different options for like these curves here. So maybe the first section is kind of flat, and then after that it starts to curve. So I would always start it with just very angular lines, just blocky shapes, and then you add the curves afterwards. But what you did here, I'm guessing it's a little bit of that, so that's why it looks good. So anyway, all of it is to say that this looks good. I think you did a really good job here. Like the shapes feel like they're similar on both sides. The curve here, it's at a different angle, so it should be different. Like what I would, like the main things I would look for in these curves here, just to double check, is kind of draw them all the way down to the ground, and then make sure that they're kind of the same distance from the wall, like both points here. So if you were to trace a line from this point to that point, that's about the same level where I'm following the beam here. And if you go trace that down, and this lands right on the edge here, you just want to make sure that these distances are mostly the same. And then yeah, for the so for the roof shadow, that would be a little trick here. Where's the shadow here? Yeah, so like the one thing here that would make it look really nice is the light on the roof, because all of this area here is gonna receive light directly. That's what's casting the shadow, so that's gonna be nice to add. So like, this whole facade of the roof is not gonna get anything, but yeah, all of that here, pretty much all of this here would be in the lights. But you have the right idea here. Yeah, like you focus on the like key structural points. In this case, the tip of the beam here, where that would land on the ground, the corners. So treat it like a triangle first, and then after that you can start to add the curves in the shadows. But yeah, that's the kind of stuff where, again, there would be like a very technical way to calculate the proper curves and all that stuff, but nobody does that. As long as it's approximately correct, and then you add a little bit of curves, it looks good as is. So, and then this one here, very nice too. The details in here, these brakes almost looks like a 3D model. Very nice little touch, little highlights on the brakes. The only thing I would say is just like light things up a bit more. It's quite dark. You have a bunch of nice details in here that we can't really see as well. Just a little more contrast, a little more brightness. Like your building would have been nice maybe on like a completely black background, but even then it's dark, you know. So yeah, just brightening things up, brightening things up a bit to reveal all the work that you did. Very nicely done. Moving on to Joshua. What's up, Joshua? I sure did. Actually, yeah, a week. Yeah, not so good. Moko got injured, like she busted her back or something. She's like a year old. How does a year-old dog get injured? We don't know. And then the meds, you know, for like painkillers, give her the shits, and so it's like, oh, that's why I was a little bit late. That's the business I was talking about. Fun business. But other than that, good. So what do you think I should focus on improving in my gesture alongside proportions and getting faster, which I feel like I have gotten better at getting proportions right on the first try. Also included my VV submission and wanted to get your thoughts on if anything looks wrong or could be improved. What skill fundamental do I need to be proficient to make good at to make comics? I want to make sure that I want to know if I can make. Another thing that I forgot to mention in the intro, my English sucks. It's not my native language, so if you see me like fumbling over words and just tripping over my own sentences, that's normal. That should be expected. So what if I can mention last week that focusing while doing personal art. Okay, there's a lot to unpack in here. So let's start with this here. Easiest to answer, I guess. Difference between studies and personal art. For focus, so you don't need as much focus when you're in a creative mode. If anything, it's a good time to have music, to have something that puts you in that beat, in that flow, in that rhythm. So like sometimes having distractions is good too when you're creating, and you know, complete opposite for studies though. Like if you're trying to learn something, not express what you've already learned. If you're trying to actively learn something and like assimilate material, for that you need focus, and for that you need to have the least amount of distractions possible. So that would be the difference between those two. So like no music when you're trying to focus. You can have like some very, very like lo-fi is pretty good for that. It's kind of like just there's no real melody to it, right? So if it's just kind of like a baseline beat with some ambient sounds and something that's not too loud also, so that you can jam to it, that's usually good for focus. That's what I do like for when I study anything, when I do studies, or when I write the script, you know, for my YouTube videos, for example. So but any other time, it's when I'm trying to get creative, then yeah, like blasting music and just everything that gets you in that mood. And so to make comics, for comics you need a lot. You need everything almost. So that's why, you know, manga artists are regarded, or any comic artist actually, that does it all, you know, like the story and the art. It's just very skill intensive job. It's very impressive when somebody does it well, just because there's so much to do and so many things to juggle. So good things that are things that you need to be good at to create comics. First of all, the storytelling. That's obviously the most important. You're trying to tell a story, so you have to be good at that. because you can have amazing art, the story sucks if you can't tell a story properly, and nobody's gonna read it. So writing, storytelling, you have to be able to be good at world building, to create, you know, a coherent world that everything kind of fits in properly. Character design, anatomy, gesture, you know, for like gesture, figure drawing for like action poses. You have to be good at facial expressions. You have to be good at everything except maybe coloring. Not as important, I would say. That's about it. So yeah, like coloring, like rendering materials, that kind of stuff. Maybe not as relevant for a comic artist if you're just gonna do mostly line art, but like shading too, maybe not as useful. But yeah, it's a lot of stuff. Like you have to have great fundamentals across the board. So like I wouldn't start there. Like you start with single drawings, drawing just one-off characters, different characters, designing like individual characters, slowly starting to think of their backstory of what makes them unique, and then you kind of maybe add another character to the mix, and then you have like two characters that start to interact, and so you can draw like fun drawings where the two are, you know, interacting just like you would have in a comic, but on a much smaller scale. And then you add on to that, maybe work on backgrounds a little bit, add backgrounds to your character drawings, and then maybe start with like, you know, just like 3 panels, like mini short stories where those characters are interacting, doing something. And then that gets you in a mood of creating like stories, you know, as short as they may be, it's still a story that you're trying to tell. And then you kind of expand from there. So don't jump in, start on like a multi book project. That's gonna be tricky, but you know, warm up to it as you develop those fundamental skills at the same time. It makes everything more fun, if anything. So let's check out these here. Generalists, yes, but it's kind of like you know, like a jack of all trade, a master of none. But in this case, it's kind of like jack of all trade, but not a master of all, but almost. You know, like you have to be really, really good at almost everything. That's why often for like American comics, for example, you'll have a writer that does only the writing. You'll have an artist that does only the panels, and then you'll have another one that's maybe more technical, or they'll do the inking, and then another one that'll do the colors. So like they split the tasks, right? So it's multi different professions that are involved in this. That's what makes manga artists especially impressive, because they do it all, usually at least. They start by doing it all, and eventually maybe they have assistants, but yeah. So correct me if I'm wrong, but these are 1 minute and then another minute added. Is that correct? Yeah. The only thing I'll point out here is, you know, whenever you have any pose, look for curves. Always look for curves wherever you can find them. And then if the body itself, you know, if it's a stiffer pose, try to accentuate the curves that are already there. For example, like this here is way too stiff for gesture drawing. This one, not bad, but you could definitely like curve things more here. Like the leg and the back would be a lot more curved. The back here, like arching the back more. In here, same idea. You know, like our spine is not straight. It's always like by default, it just has like a nice curve to it. It's like a nice S shape. So always think of that. So the rib cage points forward, and then the pelvis goes backward. So you're always gonna have kind of like this curve here in the chest, and then curve in the lower leg too, knee, tibia, and then foot. Kind of have a little curve there. I'd be just curious. Oh, not curious, but I'd be just careful about those. But yeah, with the feet, and it feels a lot better. So sometimes the head's a little small, so check those proportions too with the head. But a lot of these are very expressive, so definitely going in the right direction. And then here, let's check this out real quick. So this is a big challenge. Like this is the equivalent of like a comic, right? Like with the skills that you have right now, it's the equivalent of jumping into like a full comic, a full, full book, a full story. So there's just a lot of stuff to juggle in here. So a couple of things to look at. Like I'm not trying to tell you to stop or anything. Like definitely go for it if this is fun for you. Like there's a lot to learn here. Through failures. But just know that like when it's a big digital illustration like this, that's why I keep it at the end of the program, because it's a ton of stuff first that we need to get through before this becomes slightly more manageable. So expect to run into wall after wall after wall after wall, just struggling a lot. But with that said, composition here a little weird. So like stuff that you wouldn't usually do. Like try to not do that. Like have anything kind of touching the edge of the canvas. That's usually a big no-no. Character here. If the character is not in the center, then you want to have a secondary point of focus, maybe on the opposite side. So not there, because right now it just focuses all the attention on this side of the canvas, and there's really not much on the other side worth looking at. So probably better if she was facing the other side, and then doing something towards here. Maybe even pushing her a little bit on the side, because right now she's kind of in the middle, but not really. So it's a little off-putting. It's almost like you misframed it, misframed her. So like you could probably chop that off and not lose anything in this composition. If anything, you might bring back the balance a little bit. Or you just move the character a little bit to the side here. Use like rule of thirds or something to figure out the composition of the main elements. So like maybe she's around here, closer to that intersection. So composition here is gonna play a big part. And then it's gonna be like colors and lights in here. Like you have a tree here with straight line, and it's the only thing really that's straight in here, and it kind of stands out as a result. We have all this other stuff that's a little more organic, like bits everywhere, and then you have like this really, really strong straight line. So definitely like having a curve in here, making that a little bit more organic would work better. Again, like the rendering, the lighting, the shadows, all of that is just, there's a lot of stuff in here. So it's not a bad start. It's just it's gonna be a big challenge. Just be ready for it. And yeah, move that crystal here and just like chop it off here. That'd be better. And then you'll want to make sure that you have a little bit less saturation for everything that's in the background, so that it doesn't feel too flat. So like the background, a little bit more white in your colors, a little bit less saturation, less contrasts, lighter values. Oh, the one in the box. I see. Gotcha. Yeah, do more of that, definitely. It allows you enough time to add like the stuff that's really important, like the feet, the hands, the head. That adds a lot to the gesture. You're welcome, Joshua. So who's this? It looks quite familiar. Mina? Oh yeah, Mina. There we go. So I haven't posted for several months, but I started working on a personal project, and these are the characters from my world. I do have backstories and everything that explains some aspects of their design, but I doubt you have time to be to focus on that, so I'll just send you the designs. The first ones are wizards, the white ones are elves, the green ones are something like crocodile people, and the one in the gray background are monsters who are monsters the others have to deal with at night. Gotcha. So before I move on to the next step, I'd like to know what you think about these. Alright. Check out the bad. Check out the monsters. Bad people. These are pretty cool. I don't think the background really helps though. To sell them, maybe a little lighter, because up here, like it's just for visibility. Like it's a little harder to spot the details up here in background, and the characters, you know, share a lot of the same values. Yes, I found your name, Mina. And then yeah, so for these, this one, I think it's just like one thing that removes all this spookiness associated with the character is the fact it's got like really short legs, like that almost makes him look a little funny. So what I would do instead is maybe like just have him be crouching, so maybe the legs are kind of sticking out, like he's just this weird like frog position, maybe like ready to jump on you or something like that. That would definitely be a little bit more unsettling. But the rest is very nice. And here, look at like the anatomy for the arms. Even though it can be pretty basic, just want to make sure the slightly smaller biceps, and because right now like this size is a little different. Like this is much thicker than this one. That's the first thing that I noticed. And yeah, like the arm against the leg. Maybe the arm can be a little lighter. Again, just for visibility. Bicep, brachialis, tricep. Bicep, tricep, brachialis, and probably some indications here for the trapezius going into the shoulder. Inserting here in between the three heads of the delts. I think it looks great. Maybe if he was like or he or she was a little more bony, like it feels more like he's wearing pants or she's wearing pants and like leggings, rather than that being the skin. Maybe it is, but it looks like the same color as the arms. Arms feel like they're naked, so yeah, maybe some skin, different hues for the skin, different colors for the skin. So maybe like the knees a little darker because there's more this higher density of skin there. Maybe he's got like some patchiness on the legs, and then yeah, a little more bony in the. What I mean by that is like you can see the bones more, like highlighting the hips maybe a little bit better. Less stomach here, very very thin. Seeing like maybe some of these separations in between the muscles, because yeah, when you're super skinny, like you see the muscle definition a lot more. So maybe that could be cool here. Add a little extra level of creepiness. And then up here for the cloak. Like I'll focus mostly on the monsters because the other ones look really good. I think it's the monsters that need a little bit more help. But also it's the kind of stuff that you can apply to the other ones too. So here just for the like the cloak that he's wearing, just be careful with like patterns that you create here with the folds. Pretty even, almost looks like a just set of tires kind of piled on. So just a little variety there really would help to break this off. So maybe we merge these two here. And maybe another one at the bottom there. But yeah, this way feels a little more organic. Less of a pattern because patterns attract attention a lot. Muscle definition a little bit more. I think that would add to the creepiness. But yeah, the other ones, these are beautiful, very nicely done. I can hear, can't help myself, but like I adding just a little bit of fold. Like you don't need to draw the whole thing, but just like a suggestion, the fold would be quite nice. Maybe just like a little something here. Pretty subtle. Don't want to change too much the clean look that you have. But just a little bit can look quite nice. Shading to like making his chest feels like it's pushing against the fabric. Because you have these nice and kind of clean areas, clean zones. Could definitely have a little bit of that anatomy coming through a little more, just to make it more interesting, like his ribs. But yeah, color-wise, these are great. These are really nice too. Maybe a little low here, like the armpit. We want to bring that up just a bit more here, so that the chest muscle can actually connect all the way up here, clavicles. Otherwise, they have to be too low. Yeah, these are really nice. Great folds too, like not too much contrast, just it looks really nice. And these guys, the only thing I would do here differently maybe is add a little color variation. So like warm up your colors maybe as you go towards the top, or cool them down as you go lower, because right now it's just the same hue everywhere, and maybe a little more boring than it could be. So let's see. Where's color? Maybe like the lower part of the body maybe is a little cooler to contrast with the upper body. I guess like a little warmer. Don't need much, just a little bit of synergy between the colors when you have more than one. So just having that warm versus cool colors really helps. It just makes things just that's much nicer already, and did basically nothing. Just a little bit of coolness in some areas. But that helps me now. Very cool. Coco, alright. Ooh, good progress this week. So continue working on my splash art this week. Here's what I've done. Decided to stick with my first concept idea of her skirt, but to turn it into armor. Also, finally chose the design for the crown on her head and created it. Big question, so do you think that the gold color is too much? the crowd stays, but the color you're not sure. So the staff is not ready, and I know that it's not that much visible with the water behind it. Just ignore it. Okay. Almost done with her. So the next big thing I need to work on is the background stuff. Can't wait to finish and start working on my next project. All right. Yeah, love what you did with the face. Definitely feels a lot more solid, like just structure-wise. Very nice. The color too much? I don't think it's too much. I think maybe it's just the like the style is just different. I think that's what that's what I would look at. Like you know, here you have, for example, actually, yeah, the shape language overall, I feel like it changes. It changed quite a bit from the original design, and like not in a good way. So, and by that I just mean the shape language is kind of all over the place here. Like you know, like this kind of stuff, like thickness of like the distance between different components, like this here. Like you would want to repeat that somewhere else. Maybe that's the same thickness here as you have here on the shoulders. So already you would have like, all right, so it's found here, shape language over there is similar, okay. But it's much thinner trim. And then you have like these here that feel even thinner than that. Like it kind of works with the arm, but you know, like this all works, but doesn't really work with anything else. Here where you have like the, you know, kind of like the similar gold color that you have here on the skirt. The thickness is completely different. You know, it's like half the size. So like one of these, two of these would make one of these almost. So again, like that's a shape language issue. You would try to have that be the same. So if they're this small up here, then you would want to have at least some that are this small down there. Maybe it's not the whole thing. You know, maybe it's just kind of like the first one here, but it's just something to make us understand that, oh, it's all the same thing. It's all the same design. She got this done by the same armor smith in her world, wherever she lives. So maybe that. Same thing here. You have kind of like a. Oh, actually no, that's fine. Yeah, that's those kind of touches. That's what we're looking for, but just more of that in as many areas of the design as you can possibly put it. So the color, in that sense, really doesn't fit too well. You know, if it were following kind of the same shape language as this, then totally. So, you know, like two I don't know how I can describe this. Two layers, two stripes of gold, two stripes of blue stuff, two stripes of gold. So maybe you repeat the same kind of pattern with the same, you know, kind of a render quality. And then in here, yeah, there's no trim like you have on the shoulders. So maybe add one. So maybe that's the thing here that you add up top. But yeah, like these kind of like rails that you have in the middle, those are not found anywhere else. So I'd probably get rid of those. Doesn't follow the same shape language at all. So just adjusting those kinds of things. So all the details you have, like try to minimize the variety in the different shapes that you're using for your design. Try to unify it all, and that means like thickness of things, the overall design. Like if you have any pattern that repeats somewhere, just have those repeat multiple and in multiple areas, rather than having different patterns in different places. Yeah, the hair also, I agree. it's pretty busy in here, but in a way that it's almost like a block of text. You know, there's a ton of information in here. We can go through it, but it just requires a lot more focus to be able to digest it. That's kind of the same here. So I would try kind of what I recommended last time. I don't know if there's any change. Yeah, maybe not. But yeah, similar to what I recommended last week. Just having a lot more of a like an overall volume shading on the hair, and then yes, you can have those details. Maybe like get rid of the details in the back here, where you know, like we don't really need to see all those smaller details for the hair that's kind of in the background. Try to focus the details where you want the attention to go, because if the details everywhere, the attention doesn't know where to go. Like you don't know where to look. So maybe a matter of yeah, just simplifying some of these locks in the back here so that they don't stand out too much. Maybe only some of them are textured. To help bring the focus in some areas only. But yeah. Yeah, the hair did not change indeed. So yeah, I don't know, you know, I don't know which is best here, what to keep, what not to keep. Like all these curved variants, they look cool, all of them. Like this one definitely worked better with the shape language that you have. You know, it trims here. The trims here match the trims there. That's already something in favor of the shape language. But you know, but I don't dislike this. It looks cool too. So it's just, yeah, it's more like if you change this, you'll have to change, like it'll have a ripple effect in the rest of the design. You'll have to change a bunch of other stuff too. So hope that helps. Angelica. What's up, Angelica? Hope you had a great week too. Okay, so for this week, here's the line art version of the dream bedroom. Haven't added the details just yet. The books, items on the shelves, desk, and telescope, and I haven't added the lamps. I hope the sizing measurements of the furniture and items is right. Since the initial thumbnail, some items look small. If you noticed any mistake parts that you think is weird, please let me know. You're welcome, Laura. Glad to hear. I also need help for the reading sofa placements. There should be one more that I needed to draw. However, I'm not sure whether the sofa would directly be placed in front of the bunk bed or not. Maybe other suggestions. Let me know what I should add or get rid of in this room, since I'm not a pro at imagining landscape and backgrounds. We'll be adding the details and more items of this week's feedback. All right. This chair is a room in and of itself. Just needs like a place to flush, you know. And you don't ever need to stand up. Woo. Oh, that looks good. So perspective in here, great. Yeah, I don't see any mistakes. All of these shots are fantastic with a bunch of books in there. It's gonna look super cool. All the details in the back there, very nice too. So the only two parts that I'm not too sure about is like this feels a little small. So we'll double check that. And maybe that feels small too. Maybe not. It's like that's okay. So this is like a person standing. Like it depends how big this is supposed to be. No, it feels more like something they would use for a chair rather than a like a drawer, because that it is quite low. Like it's like it starts at the knee and down, you know. So like knees right here. And like maybe this is a little high if it's a desk, you know, like if you stand up right next to your I can't speak, right next to your desk. It's about that. Like a table will be about like the crutch level, like around here. Actually, that's pretty good, I guess. It's pretty spot on. Maybe a little high, but yeah, it should be fine. It's more this, like this next to it just makes it look a little strange. So if this was bigger, if this was just bulkier, like you just scale it up and make sure the proportions remain mostly okay. Probably needs to adjust a couple of the lines, but yeah, if that were bigger, like next to a person, it feels like a decent size for the furniture. Yeah, so now this one here. So if we have somebody that's even closer, let's try to have somebody stand up right next to this. Corner. Alright, so somebody this tall standing next to this. Little small. So yeah, that's like you know, the knees right up here, and that would be like halfway tibia. Definitely a little too small, this thing. I like everything else about it though, it's just too small. So it would be a matter of, once again, kind of scaling it up. The problem with scaling things up is that it doesn't, you know, it bends the perspective, so you'll have to adjust a couple of lines, like double check that the perspective is okay after you do this. But like a better size would be maybe, yeah, something more like that. Let's adjust those lines. Boom. That would work better. So it's just slightly bigger. Boop. And then for the rest of the room, sofa. Where's the sofa? Like something like this. That's a good question. On the ground though, you should definitely like add something. It feels pretty empty here. Maybe like some rugs back there. Yeah, so fun here. It's just like try to imagine it's your own room. Like where would you put the couch? Like maybe there's a so if you have one couch here, maybe like another one could be kind of there. Like that would maybe make sense for a room. And then, you know, there's like a TV here that we can't see because it's like right behind us or something. And so they're looking at the TV. So maybe you can have it in the middle of the room like this. Like it would kind of block part of the stuff in the back, but I don't know. Maybe that doesn't matter. It just kind of depends what you want to put the focus on. But always think of the functionality, like how useful would that couch be? Like you could place a couch like here or in front of this thing here. It just wouldn't make much sense, right? So always imagine that it's your own room. Like what would make sense? Oh, is this it? So that's the one that you want here, like another similar one to this. Yeah, so let's go with that's what you're... Oh, really? Oh. So you only have one. I see. Well, the way it is now may be a little strange because it's right in front of the bookshelf. So like if you have books, you know, behind here, like you have to push the chair to go grab it. So maybe. Perspective's all broken now, but like it could be right on the corner here, or you just see the edge of it. Or you could do the same thing here, kind of just bring it forward a lot more so that like we won't be able to see this probably because that'll be kind of off canvas. But I'm just trying to find a good spot for this thing here. It's a little tricky when you have all these things in the room. Yeah, like if it's a little closer, maybe we can see part of the details there, and it's not gonna block the shelf this way. Alright, so the shelf goes down all the way to the ground, and then like this, and then this is just kind of right next to it. It's just that, yeah, like you would kind of lose all this stuff here. Peter. Yeah, if it were me, I would probably have it like partially cropped out. It's always nice to have those elements anyways, like things that you can only partially see, so that it allows you to kind of imagine the rest of the room. So if it's not a couch, you know, it could be just like a rug here, a rug that continues, you know, this way, like off of the outside of the canvas, or like have it like a table here that kind of sticks out where you have like maybe something laying on it, and so you have then a foreground, then a middle ground, and then a background. So, you know, that chair could become the foreground element if it's placed so close to the edge here. I mean, like this, it's not bad either. You know, it kind of makes sense too. You have a bunch of books, you have chairs right next to it. So maybe just take this whole thing and kind of push it this way. So it could be the same couch. Where is it? Where's the couch? So maybe just leave a little bit more space behind, like push it forward. And then like add another one, kind of what you did here. Or maybe you just expand backwards here and then that becomes kind of like an L couch. Kind of in the middle of the room, and then you could have like a big carpet all around it. That's like the reading area. And so there's enough space here to go and kind of walk around this whole thing. Go get the books for adults. Those would be kind of like the two options that I see with this room here, to not disrupt anything else. So either have them kind of like off screen, or have one or two off screen partially, or just put them right in the middle of the room. But if it's just by itself, I think it's gonna look a little weird. So either having another one here, or like one that's combined. There's some ideas, but anyways, other than that, really nice job with the construction of the room. We're just talking interior design here, but the construction of it, the perspective in the room, very good. "50 layers of shadow." The kids would definitely not touch that for sure. What kind of adult content would that be? What's up, Sukina? So I had a great week. Hope you did too. Mine went by very quickly as I spent all my time on the two projects below. Ooh, excellent. The first one is my attempt at the interior environment, shading exercise, and since I like the result, I created a character to go with it. Is there anything that stands out to you? Friend thinks that my drawing are too smooth. He himself doesn't know what he means by that. But we concluded that it was a lack of realism or texture. You have an idea of how to solve the problem? If it's a problem at all. Because it's one thing to get feedback from somebody, but if you don't agree with it, that's also fine. Too smooth. Yeah, I don't know about that. That's probably not something that I would use to describe your art, but yeah, so there might be something there, you know. So I would definitely investigate a little bit more if you ever have the chance again. Because smooth, I mean, yeah, he probably means something very specific, and smooth is not the word for it. Because I mean, there's nothing that's particularly smooth in here compared to other art. You know, like some people will actually use a soft brush for everything, and so you'll definitely get more of that smooth feel in like almost everything, where like you don't have a whole lot of definition, everything's kind of fuzzy. Like sure, maybe that would be smooth, and be like, maybe you could add a little bit of a, you know, like sharper edges and stuff like that, but that's definitely not your case. One person that usually has that more of that style is Luke. So that maybe not here as much, but like some of the first art that he submitted, it's definitely a little bit more smooth. Like all the details are nice and soft, and like hard edges are a little harder to come by. Initially, at least that's not really a problem anymore. But yeah, I don't really see that in your art anyway. So I am quite enchanted by this environment piece. It's super cool. The only thing in here is that it feels it's a bar for kids. Because everything is a little too small. So, you know, if you have like a Oh, wait a minute. Oh, now I'm extra confused. Okay, so that's the door. So maybe it's just like the size of some of the objects in here that are throwing me off. Like these, you know, like this looks huge, right? Like a potion this big for somebody that, like, doors are usually about 2 meters tall, 2 meters high. And so somebody that's 6 feet tall walking in the door would be about this tall here. And so that, what is that? Like 3 feet tall? About, maybe not 3, but like 2 feet tall, 2.5. That's a that's a huge potion. Same thing with the bottle here. That's, you know, it's half a person. So yeah, that's definitely throwing me off. Like all the smaller items in here that would normally like what I'm getting essentially by looking at all of this, by looking at the details that attract my attention the most, which is what you find here, and all of this seems to suggest that a door, like a proper door for this room here, would be a lot bigger, because all of this suggests a much smaller scale for the room. Like, you know, just looking at these bottles here, for somebody to be able to hold a bottle, like all of this stuff here, like the door would probably be, yeah, like this tall, you know. That's why, like, my first comment, I don't know if you picked that up, but like I said, this looks almost like a bar for kids, because I'm looking at all of these things here and like, why is everything here so small in comparison? Is it for kids? But it was the other way around. So yeah, I think it's just a problem with scale in here, because everything else is beautiful. Like, yeah, the way that you rendered things, looks super cool. Love the colors too, like really interesting color palette. It works. You committed to it, and it's, you know, nothing seems random in here. Yeah, it's just a very cool environment. It's just the scale is really strange. So yeah, like the tap here is huge compared to like somebody that walk in this door here. It's longer than their arms, you know. So it's just that. I think the easiest in here would be to probably, I don't know, maybe kind of just scale all of that down uniformly, and like all of these details up here, because otherwise the other option is kind of redraw everything in the room. That seems like a unlikely scenario. So what if we just grab all of that? like the hats in here, you know, that's more like a jacket, you know, for a person walking into this room here, this tiny door. And this cauldron is for a person. Like, he can clearly just sit in there. So let's try something for the scale here. Even that's a little too big. Still a little too big for the door. Yeah, maybe something like this? Like this size would fit better. And like all these objects here. Like that size? I think that would work better. If you make the door, so like I think what I did here is probably the easiest, that will require the least amount of work for you. The other option, because it's like half of the room is on a different scale, the other half, well, you get the idea. The two halves of the room, it's almost like right down the middle. There's not just a few things that are too small and everything else is big. It's kind of like half. So you could reduce the size of these and you know, kind of just finish off the wall here, and also like the having the planks of wood here be this wide when the door is this big, you know, like each planks is like this wide too. That's just a really unlikely structure. So the problem, if you make the doors bigger, is that all of the stuff here on the floor, this as well, is not going to work anymore. Like the rest would work, but everything that's on the floor here in the middle of the room, that would no longer work. Maybe that's the fastest way, I don't know. And it's also like just keeping this here, like this is a little low. What the hell? A little low on the ground. You know, if you trace that line here, that's hardly a counter for somebody that walks in as this tall here. Like you'll have to crouch and then kind of kneel to be able to fill in your cup. So yeah, it's like a combination of a bunch of stuff here. Like this would have to be higher, also higher off the ground. Maybe that's not a big deal, you know, just make it higher, kind of adjust a little bit of the perspective. This would have to be much bigger too, as big as the door. I don't know, maybe that's doable. And like in here, again, making things bigger, so maybe we remove some of these sections because we're not gonna have any more room. You know, like something like this. So it's like a smaller, cozier bar, and maybe you have like one of these chairs, one of these tables, because I don't think there'd be much room for anything else. You know, like that would work better in terms of scale, something like that. Yeah, it's a bummer because that's still a good amount of stuff to change. But I don't know. Like personally, I feel like yeah, maybe that's a better route compared to making everything smaller. I think scaling things up just makes it look more cozy, and like it works with the walls too, so you won't have to change anything there. Like the pipes could easily stay the same size. Like the vents here, that works better too. Same for like the size of the pyro on the floor. Yeah, that looks kind of cool. Anyways, look at this guy real quick here. Yeah, it totally looks like some dude that lives there, you know. It's really cool. I feel like he would be an even better match if his coat matched the color of the ground, and then it would also make like his hat and his shirt and kind of help the emphasis maybe a little more towards his face, because right now like a big part that stands out is this area here. Heavy pattern, a lot of contrast. But if all of that was just like a regular checkboard or chessboard, like right now there's no colors, not like you could definitely add a little bit more flavor this a little bit better. Yeah, I don't know. In green here, it looks like this hippie dude. In white and black and white, maybe it looks more like a hip, like without the P at the end. Just a hip dude. Anyways, that helps. Moving on to Aria. Oh no. Yeah. Had a crazy busy week, so I wasn't able to draw much, sadly, so I decided to send in a sketch I made for a commission of designing a Star Wars character. I drew these poses by hand. I know, shame on me. But I usually have such a hard time finding references to for specific poses. I'd love to hear your thoughts and maybe some of your experience and tips in designing specific characters for people. You're welcome, Sakina. So if you're not gonna use a person as a reference, like a photo, use the 3D model at least. So I'll plug in. I need to get in touch with these people. I feel like I plug them every chance I get. But what is it again? And for some reason I can never remember the damn name. Oh, Magic Poser Web. I would pop it into something like this. Not pop it into, but I would pop into something like this and use that as your reference. So where's the place? There you go. Get a girl in there, and then you can pose them however you want. And yeah, if you're not going to use a photo, at least use something like this to make sure that your proportions are correct. This already has, I mean, this is not going to look great when you like bend the elbows, bend any of the limbs essentially, because the fold not going to be realistic. But for like, you know, kind of basic poses, characters just standing up, not doing too much, you're going to get a lot of the like realistic details in here. You even have like clavicles, and so I would use that at least at the bare minimum. Maybe not the first pass, but once you're done with this, to double check, make sure that's correct, to learn in the process, because if you're just doing this, you're not really learning much. You're kind of just trying to apply stuff that you've already learned. Great to spot your own shortcomings, but why just do that when you could also learn at the same time? So do this first as a first pass, and then go into Magic Poser Web and refine things a little bit better. But to be fair, she's pretty good. These look really nice. Louisa, after a while, maybe you'll be able to drop your imagination based on that. So, like what I usually kind of give as a comparison to that would be the like how easy it is for people to draw a cube, for example. Like, I don't think you would need a reference to draw a cube. I don't need a reference either. I can draw a bunch of different cubes, a bunch of different angles without too much problem, without looking at a reference. So in that sense, I have acquired the knowledge, the skills to be able to draw this from imagination. Like, my visual library for cubes, pretty good. Just a cube though. But for characters, it takes a lot longer to get to this point. Like years and years and years, like a decade kind of. Unless you practice anatomy like every day, multiple hours a day, and you just really dive into this for a few years, and then you keep just practicing all the rest of your life. It's very unlikely that it'll get to this point unless you do that. And so for that reason, you know, since it's very unlikely that anybody's going to get such a command over the anatomy, use references, because you're going to make mistakes. You want to be able to spot them. So it depends, you know, with the characters. Like, a lot of professionals, for example, will not use a reference if the anatomy target is not super high. You know, if it's a stylized character and you have enough knowledge to be able to draw that with the limited amount of information that's present in the design, then that's fine. But this looks a little bit more like more of a realistic character, with, you know, realistic hits of anatomy in here, and just a tiny example, but like this is placed wrong. It wouldn't really be there. It'd be a little bit lower here. That would curve up a little sooner, and so it's those mistakes that you want to try to avoid. And it might look good to you. That's the problem. Like your eye might be lying to you and telling you that this is fine. Like there's no way this will get better if I find a reference. But that's, again, you don't know what you don't know. So always use a reference until yeah, everybody looks at your art and they're like, I can never find any issues. And until you have like professional artists looking at your art and be like, I can never find any issues with your art. It's always so perfect. Why are you still using references? And in that case, maybe stop. But that's almost nobody. So yeah, references. So, but like I said initially though, like the anatomy here is definitely not bad. It's pretty good. It's smaller stuff, you know, smaller issues. Like the knee here, like the line in here, that looks a little weird. So there might be a better way to simplify that. You know, same thing here, how the calves kind of curve in, the thickness of the leg here throughout. Just it's not bad. It's very good. It's just that it's not 100% accurate, and so you would want to look at reference for this. Like the breast a little high, neck maybe a little short for the size of the head. Maybe not. Position of the leg, you know, a little bit of a little stiff, your pose. So that's not so much anatomy reference, but maybe more just gesture in general to really have a good visual library for stuff that flows nice. It's like, you know, having the foot be here instead, introducing a lot more curve. All of a sudden that makes it a lot more dynamic. And whatever's going on with this foot here. And then yeah, here. Once another good case for using references. Heel, body of the foot, toes. So anyways, you get the point. Designing specific characters for people. So that is that's what concept artists do, you know, for a living. It's you take somebody's idea and you try to make something cool out of it. So I don't know how much you have in terms of guidelines here for this project. So I don't know if like it's somebody's Star Wars characters that they want you to remake in their own in your own style, or if they just want you to create a Star Wars character for whatever reason. But when it comes to Star Wars, you know, they have clear design recipes that you can always rely on and kind of just copy, or not copy, but inspire yourself from. Star Wars characters. So it kind of depends on your, you know, where you live. In Star Wars, it's all based on that, like different planets, different races have different types of outfits. Different social classes have different kinds of outfits. Different professions also, obviously. And so yeah, like Jedis will usually be wearing like these long, more like monk-like outfits. So a lot of white, lighter colors, very loose so that you can move easily. Belt seems to be kind of like a typical thing. boots and belts and like, yeah, loose fitting outfits. For somebody that's a little bit more important, it's just kind of the same idea, just nice classy dress. So there's not really one Star Wars style. It's more like within the Star Wars world there are different stereotypes of design, and so it's just kind of picking one that you feel would work best for your character here. So if it's like, for example, like a Sith character, like it's meant to be an evil character, then they usually have kind of, you know, same shape language once again. So usually darker outfits, some interesting facial features, you know, either like a mask or a weird skin color with horns, you know, like Darth Maul, or some and that's going to become the feature now because everything else is black, so the head's really going to stand out. So usually for Siths, it's kind of like the head that stands out. Their outfits usually more subdued, more like military a little bit in their design, and then darker colors. So like I'm not gonna point you towards any kind of design because that would kind of take away the the whole purpose of this. But study what you're going to be working on. That's exactly what I would do if a game designer came to me, told me, all right, this is what I want. This is the project. This is the background for that character. So try to get as much information as possible for the commission. What this character is about. What's the purpose of this commission? What are you trying to show off here? What class is this character in? From where? Where does he live? What's the background story? Is it a more solitary person? Is it not? Is it a cold place? Is it a warm area? Is it a Jedi? Is it not? Is it like a mercenary, or is it just a civilian? And all of these things will help guide the design. Because for every answer that you find here, you can probably find some characters in Star Wars that will share those characteristics and inspire yourself from those designs. Anyways, moving on to Invaria. Oh, that's cool, Peter. Very nice. Nice resource, characterdesigns.com. Right, where was I? Okay. So this week I tried to do more anatomy studies of the torso and upper arm. Also some pose studies at the bottom and quick sketches. Could you primarily check for me if I got the forearm and the arm anatomy right on the top sheets? Let's check this out first. Oh, that was good. Nice and blocky, very nice. From the back here, just the shoulders, just keep that in mind. The shoulder's always the widest part of the body. Always, unless you have like a gut or something. But for somebody that's, kind of in good shape, the shoulder is always going to be the widest point. Unless your hips are crazy wide. Usually it's the shoulders, both for men and male and female characters. So if you have triceps, it would be within that. It would be a little closer to the body here. Shoulders widest, and then anything else will be narrower. So if you want to keep like the triceps, kind of like this outwards. Not the best way to say this, but anyways, if you want to keep the back like this wide and pushing pushing the arms to the side. You just need to add a little bit more mass in here, because you're gonna get your clavicle somewhere, yeah, like somewhere in here. And so traps, and then on the spine of that you're gonna get, and also like in the front, yeah, you would definitely have a little bit more wiggle room here to add some volume. So treating it more like this. It's a lot more of a ball. Posterior head, middle head. It's great. It's great in here. Same here, maybe a little bit more shoulders, because he's got a pretty good chest. You know, like chest going to the shoulders, usually similar size. I take this guy here. Ugh. You know, like the mass of the entire shoulder group versus the mass of the chest muscle, it's very similar. It's just that this one here, it's kind of, you know, it rotates around the entire joint, so it doesn't, from any angle, doesn't seem that big. But if you were to like peel this off and kind of lay them both side by side, they'd be about the same size. So just think of it this way. So if you look at this, you know how big this is, and you just need to have a little bit more here in the shoulder for it to be similar and to be in better proportion. That was great. Yeah, from this angle, maybe you'll see a little bit more of the bicep, a little bit less of the brachialis. Because remember, the brachialis is it's underneath the biceps, so it's kind of just sitting, and the biceps sitting on top of it. So just like if you have like 3 balls, ball number 1, number 2, number 3. Let's say this is the triceps, brachialis, biceps. If you look at these balls, like right now we're looking at the balls from the side, and if we tilt them, like we walk around them, to see them a little bit more from the front, then you're gonna get bicep in front, brachialis behind, and triceps behind. The one in front always going to be bigger. That's good. Nice, nice, nice. What do you think about the female gestures? I did feel like my anatomy poses are getting better because I'm studying muscles. And also I did some quick sketches below, all the work I did this week. Unfortunately, I couldn't do more. I'm doing holidays another week, but alright. Good. Ooh. Very nice structure for the face. Very nice. Good structure. Good structure is everything. If your structure's solid, then almost anything, any features you add in here is gonna look good. Maybe this one though, like we can see this nostril a little too much. It's just like not quite in the same angle. Like this one here is going up. This one's a little flatter. Small detail. More. Like more hidden behind the tip of the nose. Yeah, these are great. Very expressive. Nice confident lines. Yeah, these are beautiful. Really cool. That helps in Varia. Very nice studies. Luisa, your turn. And then after that, I will take a short break. So I am doing great. Hope you are as well. So I really did not have time to do much this week since the last submission, but I'm just adding a bunch of words in here. Didn't have much time. I didn't have time to do much since my last submission. But I wanted to finish the study at least before starting the next lesson about ZBrush. If you remember my previous submission, I was studying folds and I got stuck at values. It's not exactly the same gesture as in the reference, but I thought it would work. What do you think? The result. Yeah, you guys talking about, you know, the use of reference. Like what's cool with this, like the way that I look at this at anatomy, right, is that not everybody wants to draw consistently just incredibly detailed anatomy drawings for the character. So sometimes you don't want all the muscles to show. Sometimes you want a little bit more, you know, something that's a little more stylized, where you abstract a lot of this stuff out. So the way that I think about it is, you know, always study more than you need, and then when you work on your own stuff for fun, with the goal of not using a reference, then the challenge will just be much lower. So like you study up to here, you know, all of this stuff, you just maybe not have full control over it, but maybe something that's lower challenge down here, maybe that you can do from imagination and get, you know, almost perfectly accurate results, just because it's going to be much simplified. And kind of the same logic as you know, drawing like a super complex cityscape. Maybe that's hard versus drawing a cube. A cube is much less challenging. It's the same kind of concept, same kind of theory, but much less challenging. So always use as much reference as you can when you study, when you practice, so that when you want to draw from imagination, you'll have at least, you know, the stuff that you need. You'll have control over that. Kind of like if you're playing a game, like an RPG game, and you get to like level, I don't know, just a random number, but let's say you get to level 100, and then you're like, oh man, the monsters here are really hard, but I'm strong now, so I can kind of hold my own. Maybe the same thing as that's what you should do, you know, to level up faster, to get better faster. Always keep pushing. But when you want to enjoy yourself and have fun and kind of just practice the stuff that you've acquired so far, then you can go back to like a zone in the game that's maybe for level 50. And so you get back there and you're like, oh, these monsters are trash. Boom, slash, you're nothing. And then you're really enjoying yourself maybe. So it's kind of like that. I would recommend you see it. And it was Louisa. So this, to study values, you know, it's a tough reference to study from. Because there's a lot in here that we can't really see. It's just too dark. So I always recommend that you study from references where, you know, whatever you're studying, try to find something that has a great display of that. So if you're studying values, find something that has like the full range of values, right? Something going from like I don't know, like a white part of the outfit to something that's a little darker. So you get white fabric, dark fabric, and then you get kind of like the full range. But anyways, looking at this one here, looks like the shading is really nice. It's just the values overall are a little too similar. Like in here, we can feel like there's more light on the jacket. This area here feels quite bright, and the shoulder too, like all this stuff here. We can tell where the direction of the light's coming from. Clearly from the top. You know, like you have some rim light here on the shoulders. And I feel like that's probably what's a little bit more lacking here, like the direction of the light, how clear that is. Since the light's coming from above, you know, like all of these flaps here, folds, these flaps of fabrics, they're pointing up, you know, so they're kind of nice plates to catch all of that light. The lower part here of the jacket, not so much, because that's more like parallel to the light source, and so it's not gonna get as much light. Same thing here down there, underneath the arms, but still on the surface of the jacket here, a little bit of light being reflected, but it's focused mostly on the shoulders. Same thing with the hat here, like the top of the hat, very light here. It's like a really bright outline, although it might be the case here too, but the white background we can't really see. Definitely could be a little brighter here to increase the contrast in some areas. Like one thing that we could do maybe, let's see. Let's try to blur this. And same thing again here. So if you just look at this, you know, for example, in this really rough, fuzzy silhouette, like some things stand out more, and it's going to be mostly the stuff here in front of the chest. Like this here is definitely brighter, this area, and a little bit on the leg too. Like the leg is definitely a little brighter here than it is there. Like you have already a good amount, but maybe not enough. So those would be the two areas that we should really take a look at. Front here, like kind of like this V shape, it's kind of missing here. We have like some 3 faint dots, spots of light. So yeah, in here, let's go maybe overlay. Soft light's pretty good. On the shoulders here, nice highlight coming from above. That shoulder too. A little more highlight on the leg. Already feels a lot better. So it's like a simple fix. It's just kind of like the overall zones of highlights were a little too dim in your case, but the shading, you know, that's underneath just comes out looking really nice once you just apply kind of like an overall splash of light here. So yeah, great job with the details, great job with the folds, the shading in general. Just kind of the overall values, a little dark too. Maybe you could brighten everything up just a bit. No, with levels maybe. Gonna get some extra light in here. Before. After. Before. Like against a super bright background like you have here, I think the extra light is nice, helps us read. Here the background's a little darker, so we don't have that contrast as much. And then the face, you know, like this is really bright skin. The face here, very bright. What can I draw this? Very bright, very dim. So let's do the same here. Yeah, so it's kind of overall, because locally, all the small details, very nice. Quite on point. It's just the overall splashes of light that were a little too dim. I just hope that helps, and we're gonna resume in about like 15 with Yana. Be right back. Alright, so here we go. Alright, where was I? Yana. So, let's keep going. I finished this illustration of my original character yesterday. I had some trouble rendering all the different materials, and I wanted to experiment with light setup a bit. I'd be happy if you could give me feedback mostly about that and how I could improve it. Ah. This looks awfully familiar. Very good job with the colors. Shading overall looks very nice. Beautiful, like, you know, range of hues in here, going from more like a warmer to reddish, saturated berry red. Very cool. Yeah, something here with the socks. This makes such a huge difference. You know, when your colors are good. Beautiful. Alright, so different materials and light set up a little bit. Well. I think the lighting in here works quite well. The only thing maybe it doesn't work as well would be the stuff here. Like, the volumes in here, like this looks pretty flat. Like we can see there's some details in here, but the folds are not, they don't feel like they help the structure. They're kind of just like surface folds. And red, you know, under a bright light source, it looks pretty bright, you know, for the skin to be almost white. Red's definitely going to pop a little more than that, even if it's like more of a burgundy red. Even that will be quite bright. It'll just be desaturated, more or less desaturated, depending on the type of red. But let's say we use kind of like this brownish red here. It would still be quite bright when shaded. No, I'm getting some wacky patterns. Just want to make sure that you go light enough for these. Same thing on the shirt here. You know, the transition from there to there, it stays pretty much the same value, even though one side is in the shadows, the other one isn't. So I think the shadow side is fine. It's just the light side here that we could definitely brighten up to have it match the rest a little more accurately. But overall, your light's very good. So very convincing. Looks like, you know, some light coming from the front-ish, kind of like this angle, front and the side. If like your point of emphasis works pretty well now, especially now that this is a little more saturated. That's like the red, you know, huge cheat. Not really a cheat. You can use it, but it's, you know, kind of like an easy one to bring attention to the focal point of the character. Just a little bit of extra saturation here. Suddenly, like super strong magnet for the eye. So light wise, yeah, I don't have much more than that. Like this is localized light, so it shouldn't be too strong, so you have it on the arm here. That looks about right. Maybe you could have a little bit of a reflection on the tail. Reflection though, not so much a highlight, but more of a, yeah, just the tail and being shiny enough that it reflects a little bit of that blue light. Maybe, if it's shiny. I don't know that it's meant to be, but you know, if it's kind of like a snake tail, and then you would have enough, like the scales will make it shiny enough that you'll be able to see, catch some of those reflections here. Yeah, and then maybe a little bit. A little bit here, like on the inside here of the shirt, that blue would probably reach. So it's just really looking at, you know, everything that this is in close proximity with, and then just adding a little bit of light here, like the belt there being slightly reflective. You're probably gonna catch some of that blue light too. Maybe not that much, but a little bit for sure. Yeah, your materials in here. The belt's very nice. You know, the belts definitely look leathery, a little shiny. But like these little I don't know how you call this, little loops. I don't know. Look metallic too, so that's good. Yeah, that definitely looks like metal. Very nice. But that's it. In terms of the materials, there's not a whole lot more than that. Like the shirt, the fabrics, the skin, the pants, like the pouch here, even like this part of the belt. This, you know, this little the little clips here, the metal clips, the bottles. All of it seems to be fairly similar in material. So like for these bottles, maybe just go a little darker here. A little localized saturation, and then like some nice big shiny speculars on these there, made out of shiny glass. You just want like the darker tone to contrast even more, because if the you know, if the potion is too light like this one here, it doesn't work as well. You know, it doesn't look as liquid. Just a little darker here. Splash of saturation, and then you get something that's a little shinier. Yeah, so for the belts here, it's all about reflections, right? So managing how reflective something is or not. So in here you have like different hues, and like the orange here, picking the orange from the back there, like that's the reflection. We understand that, oh okay, it's reflecting that color that's in close proximity. Here not reflecting much at all, so I think that's why like there's a little more of a disconnect here. It's just brown instead of reflecting a particular color. Maybe it could be just like the sky color, white on the tip here, on the edge. Like every time there's like a curve, like up here, maybe gonna catch a little more of that light. Yeah, the metal clips, same idea. Start a little darker maybe, so that when you do have highlights, they're gonna pop a lot more. It's really the contrast here that makes it look metallic, right? Just a few hits of light, darker clip, now it looks more metallic. The skin could be a little shiny too, a little shinier. You'll have a little more specular in here, like that kind of stuff. Doesn't need to be like super drastic, but just a little glossier, kind of in between what you had and these bottles. Always nice for skin. Makes it look yeah, like she's been in action. A little sweaty maybe. And for the pants maybe not so much in terms of the fabric, but more the like depth of these folds. Like these folds look pretty surface level, like not really deep. So that would be just a matter of like using those darker values here that you already have in the deeper parts of the garment and just using those to really emphasize the depth of these when needed, not everywhere. Yeah, so anyways, it's mostly small stuff, right? Like all these things, sure, they add to the final result. It's nice to have better material definition, but already like the base is so good that yeah, I don't think it's gonna take you too long to add the final bit of polish. Like these rings too here, good example. The contrast now looks a little more metallic, so yes, and some of these smaller details that has less to do with what I've mentioned so far. They're more to do with just the scale of your details, maybe like trying to adjust that a little bit too, because you get into some really small details like this here, but we can't really see that, you know, when we look at the character full screen, like that detail kind of disappears. So like making things a little bulkier sometimes help. Like these rings here, if they were just a little bigger, we would be able to see them better. You might be able to add more, you know, maybe like extra shadows on here to make them pop some more. Like you can already do that, but it's so small that like the eye would kind of just glaze over it. And so yeah, maybe like another thing, just making some of those details a little bigger, a little chunkier. Moving on to Orion. So free for 4 weeks and decided to tackle an illustration. I found a cool technique which involved photo editing and or painting for backgrounds, and tried it so far, but what I'm really having trouble with is making this character work value wise. She's in the foreground and thus should be darker for the read, but how do you do highlights when things cannot be too light? It should not necessarily. You're very welcome, Yana. Not necessarily darker, just more contrast. So yeah, using like darker darks, lighter lights, lighter highlights, and not doing that for the background. You know, so like here you have way too much contrast in comparison to the character. I mean, way too much, you know. It's not it doesn't completely destroy the image, but to be a little bit more safe, if you wanted to add, you know, like different elements in here, and to make it just safer moving forward, to add stuff and to add polish and not end up at the end with like, you know, stuff that doesn't work, so that's not balanced. You could definitely lighten all that stuff back there. You already have a little bit of fog in your field, so it feels weird that it wouldn't reach back there as well. Now it just feels further back. But it's a contrast, right? So it's the difference between the darkest color and then the lightest color. And the background's always going to be more limited than in the foreground. So that's the main question I have this week. Well, and also like before I tackle the contrast issue here, be careful with your background to not have patterns, you know? So unless it's wanted, like this here, this and this feels like a pattern. They're too similar in size, and it catches, like it attracts attention, unwanted attention. The clouds look great, like the way that you shaded them looks super cool, but for this to work better, like you would need to randomize it a little bit more. It's just so unusual that they would be the same size that it makes people think that there must be something to this. Like, is there like 2 explosions in the background, or is it some weird phenomenon that she's like questioning or something? So if there's none of that, you know, if it's just clouds, then don't give anybody any reason to spend extra attention there. Maybe this one's big, maybe this one's split in half. Looks more like a butt. You know, now at least it feels a little more random. Like there would be no reason for us to think that, oh, she's wondering about the clouds, you know. And then quickly also, like, just the framing a little off, you know, she's kind of in the center but not really. Like all of this you could probably crop out. And then her face would remain kind of in the center. Or just make her bigger. Either way. Either way works. So if she was slightly bigger in here, what the hell? And also, you know, just keeping in mind the size of the character versus the size of the environment. You want to make sure that one leads the other. So if the character is too small in the environment, then it becomes more of it's just like a different feel that you get out of it. So it might look more like a scene, you know, maybe like I don't know, like you're expecting like maybe like another character to come inside of the frame and like interact with the character maybe, or maybe the focus is a little too much on the background, not as much on her. It's just like an awkward size, so it's always better to make it obvious, you know, either the illustration is about her, about the character, so the character is going to be bigger, you know, occupy like a good third at least of the space, or just make her so small that clearly she's not the point of emphasis. Clearly it's going to be, you know, the rest of the environment that's worth looking at. Too blue. No, I think that's fine. You have some warmer colors in here. That was good. So yeah, in terms of her contrasts, you know, it's all about contrast. So she could be quite dark and still feel like she's in a very sunny environment just by adjusting the contrast a bit. So let's say, gosh, she was already on her own layer. Didn't need to do that. Could be a little darker. Maybe tint her the color of the sky a bit, you know, so she's got that ambient light. From the sky, and now she's just missing highlights, you know. So now you could bring back that contrast that we're now missing. Now everything is like the brightest part of this overall is kind of like this bright. Meanwhile, in the background, you have something that goes almost pure white. So you should go close to that, if not pure white as well. Make sure that's you don't lose contrast battle to the background. But now, yeah, you can add some nice highlights. They'll make the scene very sunny because you get even more contrast now that she's darker. And yeah, that should, you know, help also with the warmth, warm versus cool. I hope that helps, Ryan. But it looks very good so far. Nice scene. Nice character. Looks good. Beautiful colors so far. Moving on to Mattia. Just finished Anatomy 1. I had the chance to put everything I've learned in practice for a Dungeon and Dragon character commission. I just want to ask your thoughts about the general shape of the face, correct proportions and positioning of the eyes, the nose, etc. And a thought about the coloring. I have to ask, sorry, because I forgot to save a copy of a black and white version. What I don't like is the line weight. Still need to work on it. That looks really good. Very nice structure. The shading maybe works against it a little bit, in the sense that, you know, like this cheek here is supposed to protrude. It's supposed to, you know, like to catch the light. You know, just like mine right now are much lighter than this part here underneath. It's kind of like the top of the sphere. And if the light's coming from above, which it kind of is right now, like the forehead here is getting some light. This cheek is already getting some light, so that one would probably do as well. Cheekbone here. So just adding this highlight already just makes the structure work a little better. So be careful about that. You know, be mindful of all the planes in the face and where the light lands more directly, where it doesn't, where it's kind of like an in-between. And like here, it should probably be the opposite. So this is brighter and this is lighter because this is not working. There we go. Not dissolve. Thank you. This is darker because this is going away from us. Like this is going towards the inside of the mouth, and then the jaw is coming out again. And so here the light seems to be coming, you know, if we were to abstract this whole shape here, what do we get? Like a sphere that has a light coming from this side, something like that. Right, the light's not coming from below, it's not coming from this side, it's coming from the top right-ish. And so everything that you can spot here in terms of volume, like the jaw itself, it's kind of like, I don't know, like a weird cylinder. Well, the top of that cylinder is going to get a little bit more light. Just like, you know, if this was more of a box, the top of that box would catch more light. The side of the box where the faces are not pointing at the light source wouldn't. But yeah, when it comes to the proportions, he did really, really good. It's a great face. Yeah, great structure. Very nicely done. And all of this here is kind of going away from us, but the ear usually, you know, here you can kind of see dark, like light, dark, 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 but then this part here is a little light, little lighter again. This is a little lighter again because like the ears are facing the front, you know, just like the front of our face here. It's gonna catch some light. The side of it, not so much, but the ears, like I said, they're pointing forward, so you're gonna catch more light than the side of the jaw. Okay, just a little bit more here. Makes them stick out a bit more. Yeah, feels better. But yeah, the hardest part here was the structure. You nailed it, so really, really good job. Line weights. Yeah, means when you have such strong shading, the line becomes a little bit useless. You don't really need it as much. You can almost just get rid of it for the most part. It really doesn't add anything more to the art. Anything, it just puts the emphasis on some things that you might not want to emphasize. So instead, you know, instead of a bold line, just have it be a soft, short gradient to indicate that the light, how the light behaves on the surface of the face. Yeah, and I feel like for the mask here that you have, the mask definitely flattens everything a lot more because you don't have the same kind of structure in it. So what I would recommend, since your head is so good here, start from that. You know, kind of just select this whole thing here, shape of mask, let's say. Get rid of minus the white here, and like that becomes the mask almost. So of course, but you know, use that as a starting point. This looks a little funny, but if you reduce the lightness a little bit. And then maybe change the color. And then you can kind of get rid of these eyes instead. Change that with something else. Get rid of the eyebrows, don't need that anymore. You kind of just sculpt what you already have here into something, you know, that's creepy. I think you're gonna start with you're gonna have a much better shot at getting something that's just as structurally well built. Because while this is super accurate, this is definitely a lot flatter. So start with something that works already and then tweak that. You know, like the rest of the mouth here. Can soften all of that. Boom, now you have a creepy mask, but the shading still works. And so you retain all the valuable information, and then you can just add a bunch of detail to get your design back in there. Anyways, what the helps? What up? So gave myself a bit of time off last week, so I didn't get to do anything. Fortunately, just along the break, I got scouted by a small TTRP company. TTRP, what the heck is that? TTRP? I feel like I should know what this means. Timed token rotation protocol? Probably not. What does it stand for? Anybody in here know? I feel like a dummy. Anyways, not really important, but to be their artist with a test, of course. So that's awesome, though. RPG, right? Tabletop. I see. Thanks, Curtis. Yeah, that makes sense. Makes a lot more sense than the first Google research, first Google search results. There we go. All right, thanks, guys. Well, that's cool. That's really cool. Congrats on that. So make sure that you ace the test, because until you get that offer, you don't got nothing. But that's really cool to hear. So the test to qualify was to do a character design illustration of a male centaur with the following features: ancient Greek longbow, arrows and quiver on back, cowls, skin tone, and dreadlocks mostly tied back, lower back. Everybody should have some armor and a leather pouch. All right. Boom. The sketches below are the ones that I did. How did I do? Considering that I suck at drawing males, not to mention that I just got into turn 5 animal creature drawing. The sketch was picked. Sketch number 1. So this one. And are the horse anatomy? Is the horse anatomy okay? Still new. Add to this. So if there's anything wrong, please point them out. If you have any tips on this, it's highly appreciated. Well, that's what do you think of the fine art of Midnight Batman? Okay. So this one, yeah, that's a nice one. Very cool pose. Easier for anatomy too, because you know you don't have much foreshortening going on or anything like that. It's gonna be a lot easier to find a horse that's in this particular pose as well. But that's really what I would look at right now. So like your character looks cool. maybe you could have a slightly smaller head compared to the size of the torso. Usually, like smaller head versus the rest of the body makes them look just massive. Like this one feels a lot more, you know, a lot more imposing in comparison, just because of the proportions. Smaller head, more badass. Because then his muscles, to be this size compared to the head, must be huge. So things to look at here. The horse anatomy. Like the silhouette, when you look at it quickly, it's pretty good. But there's definitely some things in here that you want to adjust. You know, like it's a little short, even if it's in some kind of perspective. Like it's gonna be a little more of a back here. Glute's gonna be a little further back. The legs here, the leg anatomy, not super clear what's going on with the knee. So make sure that you get that sorted. This one here also a little thick for the front leg. And so make sure you're gonna have like a shoulder and like some scapula in here somewhere. So really use the horse anatomy up until the neck, and then the neck essentially just becomes the torso of that dude. But yeah, like how this bends here, you want to make sure that that's correct. To the tricep, delts, so much smaller here. And probably, yeah, not as long as well as the result, because it's bent. So I don't know, I would have to look at references too, but yeah, like the distance between those two legs probably too short for that perspective to work. So it's gonna be more space in between the legs, so that leg would probably be more like here, a lot more in the front. So make sure that the anatomy is correct for the horse, because they're gonna pick that apart if you don't fix it. Oh, boo, 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 boo. And other than that, maybe this doesn't look as good as it could. Like if you were holding it differently, like not so parallel to his body, like you wouldn't get those two lines here. Like maybe he's holding it slightly differently, where you can have like the bow go like this. That'd probably be better. Behind his head maybe, and towards the front. It's just a nicer read, nicer flow to the lines. Or maybe he holds it down and then it kind of goes like this. That might work too. Just that right now, like you get, like it kind of blends into the leg. Like you want to avoid that. That never looks good. It's almost like, is it? Yeah, like one thing blends into another one. Like if somebody's right in front of the tree trunk, you know, and like the width of the tree is the same as the person's profile, that's a big no-no usually. Kind of get the same thing here. Try to fix that, but other than that, really cool pose. Looks nice. I think there's some stuff in here that feels too flat. You know, like not like a missed opportunity, but the anatomy is really good. Maybe that knee could rotate it this way just a little bit, like slide it to the side. Yeah, a little more centered. Right now, I feel like it's pointing out like a little too much. Small detail though. Yeah, mostly here, what I meant is like the shading on the white part of the outfit. So, you know, what does that remind you of? Like this shape here. If you just take that in isolation, cut it out, like, does that read as a ball? You know, not as much as it could. it's pretty flat. Maybe like a butt cheek, you know, something a little flatter. But for something that's meant to be like a contained mass, like a round pouch, go a lot heavier down here to really make this feel like it has some volume. Same thing here with the leg. It's gonna be a little bit more shading in here to make that work. But overall, maybe that hand looks a little wonky. Like that one's pretty good. His fingers bent here. But this one is a little more sausagey. The thumb maybe a little too thick. The fingers like not delicate, you know, like a could be a more elegant pose. So you could find better gesture for the hand. But yeah, I'm nitpicking though. Very nice. No, small stuff. Last thing here, like in between the shoulder and the chest muscle, you know, like the shoulder here would have some mass. Chest starts next to it, so like defining those areas here. More subtle volumes, and like that's really what's gonna make it feel more professional. Just slightly more accurate anatomy in the shading. Anyways, really good stuff. That helps. Moving on. Ali. Alright, what's up, Ali? I hope that you are also doing great. And I did what you suggested last week, and I drew from my imagination without any reference. I know it's not a good thing to do, but I wanted to test out my knowledge about the human body. So all you seeing here is straight from imagination, except that one female from reference. This will help identify what aspect I should be focusing. Excellent. Alright. So everything in here from imagination except this one. Alright. So we have constructions in here. This is pretty damn good. Yeah, these are really solid. Very well constructed. You maintain proportions really well. It's also the way that you drew all these volumes in here, spot on. Perspective works. The length of different things, how everything's lined up, right on the money. Yeah, so it's gonna be it's a really good spot to be in, right? So you can draw a lot of characters from imagination, a bunch of different poses. It's a really important skill, a really hard skill also to have. So a really good job. Where it needs a little more help is going to be in like subtleties of the anatomy. Of course, you know that's kind of like the next thing usually. So minor, like small example, but this part here, you'll want to start to think about the muscle groups, right? So going into what is it, term 3, we start to look at the body anatomy, torso anatomy. I think that's it. That's gonna help a lot in here to add meat essentially on top of that skeleton, because your skeleton is really good. Your construction, I mean. It's when you add when you pack on the muscles, that's where it starts to be less accurate. So like here you have like your sternum, for example, clavicles. Yeah, that's pretty good. Clavicle, like this clavicle, for example, is very long, so that would be a sign already. So maybe center of the body here is not quite there yet. Maybe it's a little more here, more like that. So it's just refining at this point. So that's gonna be many studies over many months to refine this kind of stuff. But yeah, so it's a good place to be in. So you can draw your characters, the pose that you want, and then you'll just want to bring in some references to polish off like those smaller details, like the muscles, how like the shoulder joint looks in this particular angle, how the muscles attach to different spots, so that yeah, whenever you're not, whenever you're drawing a line here and you're not sure like where should that curve exactly, or where should that bump be exactly, is it on the inside, is it more like outside here, what happens with the biceps there, is it on the inside here, or is it outside there, or is it across it is. But yeah, just to go back here a little high, so sternum right there, chest muscle, something like this, and so you would start kind of like to make sure that this is correct, and then you can add the shoulder on top of that. Shoulder, this one in the back. And now you see like the intersection there is a little lower as a result. So the bicep's gonna slide in underneath this, these two. And then that line that was up here now is down there. So a little different, maybe a little higher. And then you can use the position of the pectoralis major here to figure out where the breast would be. A little lower in this case. So mostly anatomy, great proportions, convincing poses, strong construction. So those are all like really important check boxes to mark in any. So I'm really happy to see this. Some of your poses a little stiff, so keep on practicing gesture drawing. That's going to be kind of just an ongoing thing. If I haven't said that already. Because like this pose, for example. Like it's accurate, but a little stiff. You could have the leg in front here, the leg in the back, having a lot more curve this way. A lot more charm to the silhouette. Maybe have the hips kind of tilted forward here, and like the chest backwards. So it's just adding a lot more to the pose. That's gonna be all gesture drawing. So yeah, anatomy, gesture drawing, I think is gonna be your focus, your areas of focus moving forward. Because yeah, really good to see that your construction's on point. And then here, like the way to tackle a study like this, like you would, yes, look at the pose overall, but maybe that's what you did. So who knows? But yeah, look at what's happening in here, and then try to copy what's happening rather than what you see one to one. So shoulder is high, this one is low. you can see her torso is kind of twisted, so the torso goes in this direction, right? Center here, cleavage goes in that way. So the rib cage is oriented like this, like here, but then the belly button is in the wrong direction, so it kind of curves back in. So I have this arch in the back that's really important. That's gonna make the hips kind of point in the opposite direction as well. The chest goes here, hips go in the other way, and then that's enough information to start kind of a quick construction. So, you know, head, neck, and then you have one shoulder lower, another shoulder that's higher, chest going in that direction. And then you have the hips going in the other. One arm going in like that, the other one sticking out. And so you would start with this, you know, like constructing what you see more or less using just the logic that's happening in here. Once again, like don't look so much at what this looks like, look more at the stuff that you can extract from it. And do that same process with every step. So initially you're extracting the construction, figuring out, all right, this shoulder is higher, this one's lower, this one's higher. How does that affect the rest? Okay. And then once you have like a good construction, then you can start to look at the smaller details, maybe like the anatomy, like the more accurate proportions. So maybe your arm is a little too long, and then you can shorten that to make it look more like this, if that's what you want to hit. And after that, looking at the anatomy, like, all right, so the clavicles go like this. Oh, okay. Then the anatomy, and then after that, yeah, the small details like the shading, maybe that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's really how you observe that makes a huge difference. So abstract everything out at first to focus on the construction when doing studies like this. Kind of ignoring the majority of the information from the reference. I hope that makes sense. Oops. Moving on to Brad. Here's my first mech design. I wanted to design something a little different, so went with a racing mech. That's cool. I thought it might be fun to have a world where mechs are used for racing with lots of different classes and models. I think I can improve the design for the legs. Look a bit thin, but I would like to know what you think. Alright, that's really cool, dude. I can't help but feel like the contrast is a little low here, like just a tiny too low. A little too low. Like how this would look so cool if you had a little more of a difference here in value. It's not too far, but I mean it's not that bad, but it's not that far either. So if you could just, you know, kind of take that yellow here and then maybe spice it up in some areas. To make the sun feel like it's more present. I think it would look nice against this kind of like this darker sky. Anyways, that's just presentation, not really design related, but I couldn't help myself. You have such nice colors, and here feels kind of it's missing a little bit of light. That was super cool though. Really, really nice design. Love the amount of detail that you have everywhere. Like how you spread out your how you spread out your details. Really nice ratio. Cool shapes, very unusual. The only thing I'll say maybe with this, just from a like mechanical perspective, would be that like you would probably want to have longer limbs here. because it's very limited, like the steps that this can take. Because the legs can't really bend or unbend that much. So maybe having like a much longer leg, like it goes up here instead. So you have like all this, like huge steps, like huge jumps when it runs, instead of just this. Or maybe make this a little longer and then have some sort of flexion in there, so like this can bend a little bit. Like you've probably seen those what's the word, Paralympics, where when they run, like they have kind of like these curved blades. Very, very good, and it's kind of inspired from birds anyways. But you want this to be able to bend a little bit, kind of like a foot, right? So the foot, you have different joints in here. You have the ankle, and then you have the like the, what's the word, like the body of the foot, and then the toes. So all of this to absorb shock and then propulse yourself. It's kind of missing in here, so it would look a little strange when it runs, like tick 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 tick. So yeah, I would tweak that in the design. Otherwise, I feel like maybe you'll be able to see, depending on how long this is. Yeah, it doesn't feel too long, so you'd probably be able to see part of the, like the other side here. I would think. So maybe something to double check with the perspective here. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like this looks better. Yeah. And last thing, also having to do with the colors, and back to the colors, I guess. Like this and this, very similar, same values ish, same hues ish. So I would just increase the difference there, because the green kind of blends in the background a bit. So maybe just brighten it up in this area here where it gets the lights more directly. Shiny or something, glossy. Yeah, I think it needed a little extra contrast there, just to make the mech pop some more. But man, that's such a good, such a fun mech to play around with. So yeah, a few things I would adjust with the design, but overall. In step. Let me educate myself. Between the ball and the ankle. There you go. Instep. Who knew that had a name? Alright, moving on to Navina. Go. All right, so I am doing great. Hope you are too, Navina. So it took me long enough. It took me so long with this character, but job change and COVID were on my way. Finally completed version is here, and I would like to hear your feedback. Please let me know what can be done better, pushed more, if there's something I should fix, and I accept any other suggestion, any other suggestions that you might have. Indeed. Thanks, Lax. Instep. I feel like I'm gonna forget this thing though. For some reason, this sounds like it would be something else. Instep. Like a dance move, you know? Oh, I just did like an instep and then a rotation. Navina, so congrats on the new job. Right? I hope it's I hope it's an upgrade. I hope it's good news. Ooh, oh damn. Oh, with the lights in here, oh man, that makes makes a big difference. The main thing I'm not a fan of here is gonna be the background again. So I feel like the color's better. It's definitely not as heavy or as in your face as the other one, but like the fact that the gray of the body here and the gray of the background is almost the same value. In here also you're gonna share a lot of the same values. I would do something about that, so probably darkening it. Yeah, since you have something that's shiny here, like a darker background is really gonna help make that pop some more. So just extra contrast between the character and the background. You really feel the light. Maybe not everywhere, you know, it could be just kind of localized maybe up top here, and then the ground here maybe is a little lighter. To almost make it feel like it's like an actual ground that she's sitting on, or standing on. Kind of messed up the glow here. Oh no. Even worse. Hard light, please help. Here we go. Yeah, that was good. That shading is nice. Beautiful, like, love the saturation levels here. Yeah, I mean, what else can I add? You did a really good job. Like, if I'm nitpicking, you know, maybe the lights in here, like since there doesn't seem to be as much light coming from like this particular angle, you know, kind of like over our right shoulder. And so that side of their hair, and maybe like those antlers here, or those that are her horns, whatever. Maybe could be a little darker as a result. Let's try. Mostly the hair though, because white hair in the shadows, it's not gonna look white. It'll look much darker. That could help sell your light setup even more. You played around with that just a bit. Yeah. Other than that, that came out really, really nice. So yeah, that one's been in progress for a while, but it's come a long way. Really cool, Navina. Just this small stuff, but like and the surface of the stomach here, like you get a little bit of shadow here, but like this whole thing here remains pretty much the same value. Sure, you get a little excuse me, you get a little highlight here on the edge, but maybe you could overall shade this into more of a big sphere, more than you have already. Maybe having that shadow here reach in a little further. So this whole thing feels more like a sphere or like a big cylinder, rather than something that's a little flatter. Maybe this too can reach a little more into the shape here. Since she's kind of holding it in front of her, you know, like not on the side, she's kind of in front. So probably get a little more lights here. But yeah, anyways, I'll stop here. Really nice. Very, very well done. Moving on to Nori. So I was on vacation last week, so I didn't have much time to draw. Besides the almost daily gesture drawing. Yes. Yes! That's good. The drawings on the right are today's gesture drawing. Boom. While gesture drawing, I still struggle with time management, staying inside the canvas, and my hairy lines. Also, starting my sketch for my entry for the entry for the VV challenge. I didn't watch Term 3 videos yet, so I don't know much about drawing clothing. I think it'll be hard, as the clothes are also affected by the wind. Would love to hear your thoughts about that early sketch. Right. We have a wild VV. Alright, let's take a look at these. Nice. Those are very nice. Yeah, like in some of them, the majority, I think they're spot on. Just it's just going in the great direction, so keep it up. Yeah, very nice. It's like very little here, but all of this works. The feet play a big part in here. Why these poses work so well. The hands too. Yeah, like in here, you know, this would be a great one for line control. You know, just a single line here would make a big difference. How nice the overall sketch is. So it's one of those where I would try to do it a bunch of times until, yeah, that's pretty good. Until you land on like a nice one, rather than trying to correct what you already have. But line quality is not bad at all here. Just a little hairy still, but that's gonna go away in no time. These are beautiful. Awesome stuff. Keep it up. Yeah, I think you did a great job of the pose. It's a tough pose though. So one thing that you definitely should avoid is like this stuff here. Where you have one line continuing into another line, but another line of like something else, like another part of the body. Kind of what I was mentioning like a few minutes ago about like what was it? Ai's centaur, you know, where you have like the bow going into the arm or the leg, something. Yeah, going into the leg. So when you have something that's perfectly lined up with something else that's different, it just looks weird. So here's like the same line kind of continuing to the foot. Try to avoid that. So maybe it goes like this instead. Or maybe. Just have it go behind. Anything else would be fine. But yeah, that has nothing to do with the pose. The pose is good. So, I mean, you know, when you get to the folds, the class about folds of fabric, all of this stuff will make a lot more sense. So, I'm not really gonna, you know, comment too much on that because it's still coming. So, like, I'll just repeat myself. But But what you could do though, until you know how to construct it, is look at some references where they do it nicely. References in particular for like what happens to this and what happens at to the base of the skirt here, like how this is going to flap around in the wind. Because you can definitely find a bunch of references for that. So, you know, looking at like anime characters that have short skirts, you're gonna find a bunch of different poses. Very popular to have short skirts in anime. That's why I'm mentioning this. You know, they're kind of big on that. So easy references, you know, to see like how this looks and get like those kinds of folds well done, and that it looks like it's in motion. The same kind of pose that you have here. When you get to the folds class or the fabrics class, you'll be able to construct this with logic, but until then, yeah, it's kind of not really any points. But you can definitely, like I said, look at other people's recipe, how they treat those folds. If they were to do a dress like this in motion, what it would look like, what the folds would be. I would have to try a bunch of stuff in here to land on something cool, but the same with you know, this little thing here. The same with this little thing here. That could be just like a cape. So looking at what happens with capes or ribbons when they flap in the wind, not the wing. So maybe this goes up, and now it's like flapping up instead. This is like the underside of it. So a lot of different things that you could do here, but if it seems like too much of a challenge, then I would just pick a pose that's a little less challenging, so that you can not have to worry about this just yet. Like, you know, you have a bunch of great poses in here. Maybe a little too sexy for Vivi, but that one at least. That one too. Hey. But maybe another one of your gesture drawings would be a better fit. You know, something that's a little more stable, a little more static. This I would save for after the folds class, like as a test. It's pretty hard. You know, it would be hard for me to design something like this. Like I said, a lot of tries, and not that you shouldn't attempt it, but but as far as the figure goes, proportions, very nicely done. What have you done, Lax? I'm sorry. All right, Alessandro, you're up. Here's my last post. It's been a year and I learned a lot. Ooh. Oh snap. I didn't focus that much on studies, but more on finished pieces. You'll find my last one to the left here. In a review, mostly on rendering, is appreciated. I already spent 15 hours on this. 15 hours, not that long, you know? Not that long. As someone did last week, I wanted to do a before after the year of learning to see the progress. You tell me what are the weaknesses you saw during this year and what should I focus on moving forward. Still wondering if I'll go to another year. Maybe I'll come back soon. Right on. Let's see. Yes, a lot of familiar images here. Ooh. These I had not seen before. Oh man. Oh, Alessandro. I mean, you know, the difference is... This is a good amount of difference right there. Here to here. Granted, one is a study, the other one isn't. But this one is not a study. this bad boy. Nice shading. Nice everything. Yeah, that's impressive. So I'm really happy to see this. Like, it wasn't bad, you know, it wasn't bad at all. But definitely a lot of issues, and just not as many, just not as impressive at all compared to this. Like, you do a lot of really impressive stuff now, just playing with colors, playing with lights, playing just different outfits, cool concepts, proportions on point, anatomy is better. Yeah, man, you've come a long way. So moving forward then. Since you do a lot of illustration work, composition is gonna be very important. You know, like in here, the composition is, we don't know. It's open. He's exploding outside of the canvas. I know that this one here we talked a lot about that. So like presenting your work in a more flattering way by just tweaking the composition just a little bit. I mean, in your case, you do a lot of characters, so stuff that's obvious to keep on practicing. Anatomy, of course, you know, that's never going to stop. But yeah, it seems like I love your love the way that you shade. It just has like a just nice look to it, a little vintage look to it, if anything. I really like it. So, I mean, in terms of the characters, like, you don't do a whole lot of backgrounds, but when you do characters, yeah, colors, I feel like it's something that we've touched on a lot, and it's gotten way better. But definitely, you know, still using colors to help with composition, so to help guide the eye. So using colors in that sense. So yeah, colors, a little bit of colors, anatomy, presentation for the most part. Like, this guy would look so much better if you were just bigger in this canvas, you know. Maybe you don't see all of him. Maybe it's just... Actually, you could totally see all of him, but... What if that was his frame instead? And then you could do maybe something in the background here where you have a little bit of extra lights. Maybe at the bottom here. Maybe it gets a little darker up there. You know, just a few things here that you could do just to make stuff pop even better, just better presented. So that's gonna be part of it, since yeah, like I said, you're all about illustration. But man. Impressive. Let's take a look at this dude. Very nice study. And values too. That's something I feel like we always discuss. And before, values were just not really a thing. You know, you didn't have any values. It was just colors, like flat colors. And here, when you did try values, it's very, very dark. So it's something again to kind of remnants of this. Your value's gotten a lot better, but I feel like a lot of these were just like, maybe brighten this up, brighten that up, brighten this up. So still a little bit of that left over. So take this dude. Actually, it's more like localizing here, like bright, super bright skin. For the skin to be super bright, you know, just like it is on my forehead right now, you need to have a ton of lights outside. Like, I have this really bright spot in my face, and as a result, you know, my shirt also looks much lighter. Like this color here looks much lighter, even though like in the shadows, this is, I don't know if you can see it, if I can try to, but this is the shadow color, right? So it's this dark orange, but under a lot of light, It comes out really, really bright. And just all that light bouncing around. So all is this to say, when the contrast is too high between your highlights and your shadows, it's like you're missing bounce light in there. And that's why it looks a little off. And that would be here. Such a great opportunity to, you know, to bring in some bounce light in there. In between, on his chest. Because you got a bunch of details there, but we can see them. Like it would have to be localized. But, you know, like he's outside. There's sky. I don't know. But for sure, this hard shell armor would reflect some of the ambient light. Super nice to see here. Have this help define your areas in the shadows. So even though it's in the shadows, you know, just show it off. You have all the details already, and it just makes for a more balanced piece. So that's mainly the problem here, because everything else is awesome. Like love the fold in here. Just the anatomy in general works super well. Face is on point. I mean, everything else is awesome. So it's really just contrast a little too intense. I don't know if we could just overall tweak that. Let me try something real quick. Not perfect, but that's kind of what I mean. Less contrast. We can appreciate more. Really cool stuff, Alessandro. That's just a year progress. Keep it up. Definitely keep it up. That'll be a waste not to. So we'll end this piece. And I just wanted feedback to finish this. Right on, Maria. Let's check it out. Ooh. I got a fire in here. Ooh, nice. Oh, that's cool. Love this. Nice blue tint here. A little bit of orange on the barrel. Ooh, that is sexy. Is this a kitty? Oh, yeah. So the only issue in here, other than the glowing potions, I'm sure that's still work in progress, but it's just, it feels still a little too dark. I don't know if it's like an overall thing we can do, but that's a good indication, you know, like if you bring up curves, or if you bring up levels, and like you see this, you know, most of the values focused on like on one side of the canvas, either left or right. That means that more than, what is this right here, 1 to 9, that's 2. How does that make any sense? 1, whatever, this is the halfway point. So the bulk of your values are like the darkest 20%, the majority. And so yeah, that's too dark, you know. That's why when you bring up the graph here, you want to bring all of these a little closer to get a better range. So this is going to be like super saturated, but just look at what happens with the graph once we do this. Now if we do it again, I get like a much nicer spread. That's a lot better of a graph, you know, for to gauge the values in a piece. You want something like this, like a more even curve, rather than having it all focused on one side or the other. So too intense. Now it's crazy saturated. But maybe, you know, you can kind of start from here and like make some adjustments, darken some areas, maybe lighten some areas some more. But starting from a brighter kind of baseline. Like around the fire here, it can definitely be brighter. Maybe not as much. Let's take a look at the fireplace. Dark fireplace. See how much fire, dungeon or castle fireplace. What do we have here? You know, like fire just has, carries a lot of light. Or shoots out a lot of light, doesn't carry anything. Be like this, you know, the major light source in here, the primary light source is the fireplace, and then you have like shadows and like all this area is illuminated because of the fireplace. And you have some other examples here, not too much of it, but another one here, fireplace, the only light source, and you get overall like a lot more light in the scene. But it's kind of like a radius. It radiates around it, so it's not as directional, and so it's mostly located in this area. You're gonna get some light, and after that, it kind of falls off pretty quick. But anyways, all of this to say that a little more light, I think, is gonna look quite nice, and then then you can darken some bits that didn't need that extra light after all. Back here, don't need light back there. Go back in the shadows. Top of the house here, towards the top towards the ceiling. Not a whole lot of light again. If the main light source is the fireplace. Towards the top of the walls here, you can get rid of a lot of that. But you'll want to keep the light, a lot more light, but like lower around the ground, where you have the main source of light. Here. The fire itself. Because like this is also a big light source, but like most of that light doesn't make it into the room, it seems. Like all of this stuff is kind of blocking the way. And so you kind of need that extra light here to balance this off. Otherwise, like all the attention goes here and none of it goes in the rest of the room. See before, after. Oh no. Oh no, where did it go? Yeah, more light. And also always look at it from a really small size. And that usually tells you like how much people will be able to get from this image when they scroll like quickly on social media. Because you don't have time to look at any detail, you know, when you're scrolling. And so you want something that, even at a small scale like this, has some interesting stuff going on. Like this is the same scene, but now you have like some lights and like, oh, I can see some shapes in there. Oh, that's just a lot more interest in there. just because there's more contrast. So anyways, hope that helps. Like the scene is awesome. It's just the light that's a little too dim. Good night, Sukina and Vika. Yeah, so like for like fire's not gonna bounce a whole lot of light because the fire itself is not that strong of a light source. It's just that when the room is completely dark, the fire will seem pretty intense, but it's not gonna be a whole lot of bounce light from firelight unless it's like a huge fire. So you don't really have to worry about that. The bounce light that you should worry about is from the light coming from outside. Yeah, that's gonna be a lot more intense. It's like this is like a little gun, like pew pew, and this is a bazooka in terms of the amount of light that it shoots. So it might be cool also to have kind of like some light reach down here. That's a little hard to visualize from this angle, but like maybe this blocks some of the light, and then you have the thing next to it. So probably a little too. Let's try it real quick. I'm curious. Not the right brush for this. To purple, maybe highlights. Oh, that's cute. But then yeah, it just depends. Now the fire becomes less impressive, kind of like a secondary light source. I don't know. That it really depends, like what you want to bring attention to. If you want to bring attention to this side of the room, then yeah, maybe having that light kind of come through would be nice. Would be a nice touch. But if not, you know, if you want to focus on the fire, then maybe I would add even more highlights here on the cauldron. Have that firelight spread even more. Front here. You know, if we look at this image again, you know, you see it everywhere. It's fire. It's just firelight, but its light spreads quite far. Yes. Hope that helps, Maria. Really cool scene. Love the texture on the cauldron here. Like I said, what you did with the barrel. Like you need to do the same thing that you did here with like all the little bricks there. Like having those catch a little bit of that light if you can. Oh, that would be so cool. That would be so delicious. And maybe a little bit of light from outside. Anyways, moving on to, that's not it. Moving on to Lax. What up? So been a crazy work week and I have not been a very productive. So I hope your week was more artistic. I said I did a little more than a little more on the bunny. I'm still planning on zombifying him. No, why, master? But I decided to do a cute and horrific version to make it more shocking by contrast. I need to work on the perspective now that I've decided to put in next to a stream in a forest. Still very pretty sketchy, so feel free to make me rebuild it from I hope you'll appreciate my sign-offs each week. Try to make a difference. I do. Oh, you don't know what's coming your way. I'm about to have a bad time. I'll try to stay refrigerated. Although I moved to California, so I wouldn't have to do that. I don't know. So one thing here with this little bunny is that it's a mostly flat perspective. So like you can imagine his legs would be like, I don't know, like something like this. And then his back legs, you know, kind of like something like that. And then the other one too. Like you wouldn't expect that leg or that other back leg to be up here, you know, to have like a crazy perspective like this. It definitely feels like we're like maybe like on the side of a table and we're looking at him. The horizon is pretty low, probably maybe like behind it, or slightly above, maybe very slightly above, but I don't think that it would be anywhere near what you have right now. So like all this converging somewhere up here, maybe that would be way too high for yeah, especially for a more like a profile shot like this, where the focus is on the bunny. So maybe take a look at that. Multiply. No, darken, and then. Get rid of that. Get out of here. Okay. So maybe more like that, and with like a river, a stream, like going towards something more like a horizon that's like maybe up there instead. So a little higher maybe, but not as high. Rock here, and then back there you would have like trees or something if you could see them. Maybe like mountains in the back. Like this big tree that continues there, and like the stream kind of continuing behind that rock and then ending somewhere back there in the mountains. But yeah, something like this would probably work better with the perspective of the little rabbit. So not a whole lot to change actually. With what you have right now is just kind of like shifting stuff downwards, but you have maybe more of an overlap this way. So you have the rabbit and then the scene behind, rather than having the scene like above. And also, I mean, that's gonna be much less work for you to render all of this if the rabbit can kind of hide a bunch of that tree, that ground, and like, you know, some of the vegetation behind. So it depends, you know, like for the rule of thirds here, it depends what you want again from the illustration. So if you want it to be about the bunny, then you want to feature the bunny in bigger shape, a bigger size. So, you know, a third usually is pretty good ratio to use for that, for something that's more like a portrait shot. And by that I mean like a third of the entire real estate of the canvas is occupied by the subject. gonna hear that would be about it, because we can't see all of this anyways. That's not part of it. So it stops right here. And then probably work better if you inverted that too. But he's looking at the water maybe. And then this way you can crop it in front. And like the eye lands right in the middle. Size of this about a third of the whole thing. And then you have just a little bit of dirt in the foreground here, or like whatever you're gonna have here to render. Part of the stream. Nice tree trunk here, some rocks, some vegetation back there. A lot of different cool materials. But it's a more intimate shot. It's about the bunny. It's not about the environment. You know, the environment's just there to support it. Later shot. So composition wise, you know, if it's a like a pet portrait kind of thing, that would be more better structure for it. But it could be something completely different, you know, like it could be about the environment. It could be maybe one of many rabbits. In that case, you'd want to have like a zoomed out shot where you can see maybe more of the rabbits, but they're just kind of there occupying the environment. The environment is the star. But it seems with the amount of work that you spent on the fur, all of that, because it looks really good. Maybe I would push some of the contrast a little more, because the eye goes really dark, but the fur not so much. And for sure there would be some parts here like underneath, you know, where the body meets the ground, maybe back here, or like underneath the nose and there in the nostrils where it would go a little darker. So think of like a ambient occlusion, like all the deeper parts of the fur where probably the light wouldn't be able to escape as much. But mostly intersections of things, so like where it lands on the ground and like right behind the ear, right behind the ear, down here, in there, where the light can't reach as well. But yeah, anyways, you spend all that time, you know, rendering this out. It looks awesome, looks super fluffy. So you want to you know, to feature that, I would think. Love the tree though. Nice organic shape. Great, like nice randomness to the different the root sections. Yeah, no, but you're in a good spot, like to add this kind of stuff afterwards, you know, because you'll see how much contrast you want in the background, and then you'll probably have to adjust this too, in consequence. Yeah, if it's a close shot, you know, just keep in mind also maybe a little bit of blur in the background might be nice. You know, when you zoom in close, or when the camera is really close to the subject, the background usually tends to have a little bit more depth of field. So I'm just trying to think of ways to save you time so that you don't have to render everything. But also just keep in mind to have just a slightly less contrast for the background than you have for the little bunny. But you could easily just bring in some contrast by doing something like this, you know. Kind of stays the same, just more contrast, just again depending on the background that you end up with. But yeah, man, looking good so far. That looks super fluffy. All right, moving on to Mitchell. What's up? So last week I submitted a skeleton pirate and my Ratcatcher character. I thought the idea of setting folds was a great idea, so I spent this past week working on the anatomy of folds. I skipped ahead to your clother figure course, and will be doubling back once I finished it. Watching the videos is a slow process, but I'll watch them all eventually. I'd like your opinion on the character, since the story art will be drawn using line art. How can I direct the eye of the viewer with the line art alone? Why is it lagging so much? Awesome. All right. All right. All right. Since the story art will be drawn using line art, how can I direct the eye of the viewer with line art alone? Well, so with line art alone, you can do a lot of stuff. Let's take a look at these studies real quick though. So you know when when looking at these references, one thing that you should always make sure to spot to observe properly is the different points of tension that create the fold in the first place. So in here, like one that's very important in just like in a shirt usually will be the shoulders. And the shoulders always pushing against the fabric. That's where most of the folds will start from. So spotting that, the 2 points of tension here, and then if there's any other one, so you're gonna have tension between the shoulders, right? So a fold right here going all the way to the other side, and then probably like the back here, because he's arching his back a little bit, so the back will push against the shirt a bit, and that probably also contributes to these folds there, because these ones don't go up to the shoulder, they just go towards the back. So you can think that the back of the character, the back of the person, also acting a little bit as a point of tension. Anyways, the reason I'm saying this is because most of the important folds, they will, I say most of them, but all the important folds will stem from those points of tension. And so look at those first and spot the folds that stem from that, right? So in here, there's important ones that you miss, like these two here, they really define the fabric. They add a lot of tension, like horizontally, that you don't really have here. And so just be careful about that. You know, so when you look at maybe another one, these folds are very nice, but also it can help you kind of focus on certain folds and omit others when you know that you know, the tension up here not particularly great. And so when you know there's not a whole lot of tension, you can also refrain from adding folds in that location, because more folds usually tend to indicate there's more tension or there's more loose fabric. But in here, in front of the shirt, there's not a whole lot. So like these, yeah, you have some long ones here. Those are good to spot. They're really long ones. But these smaller ones, away from important points of tension, you can kind of just ignore. So when it bunches up at the bottom here, that's important, but anything else in the front here, not so much. Yeah, and the same thing here. Not that these are not good, I'm just erasing so we can see what I'm doing, but yeah, that one here is important because it starts in the back, created by one of the important points of tension. There's another one here kind of going down this way. That's also important. That one's important too. And then kind of that one wrapping up. So when trying to spot those that are useful to you, you know, those that will help convey shape and convey the surface better, think of that, because it can often eliminate a bunch by ignoring the stuff that's away from points of tension, I guess that's another good example here. Points of tension, more like surface of tension rather than a point. But here, that's why you have fold there, another one there. And all of these are starting there on the chest, and the shoulder is another one here where the folds are gonna be nice and like they're nice and strong here, but then they kind of fade fade away as they get away from the point of tension. But this, for example, like this line here does not convey that. I know it's like a small detail, but this goes different direction. Should be a lot straighter, a lot stronger, and then it fades off away from the point of tension. And here, like the folds that are important, it's really this one there, that one there, maybe that one here. That's about it. The rest you can kind of ignore. Maybe that one. But on the shirt itself, not so much. Nothing is really worth highlighting. This one here, the big one. Yes, maybe like another small one here to indicate where the points of tension are. That's important. You can use the folds to kind of point the eye where the tension is supposed to be happening in the first place. But anyways, I'm just rambling. So let's check out this dude here. There you go. Yeah. Nice and simple, but it does the trick, you know, especially with the like the bolder line that you use, a little cartoony. These lines work great. Yeah, man, that's very nice. Same thing, you know, maybe here. Going from there to the edge. Like there's a clear tension here, right? There's a button, it's attached there, so you'll want to have like 1 or 2 strong folds to identify that, to lead the eye to the point of tension. And then depending on how important this area is, you can add more or less from there. But like on the shoulder, that might be another one here, point of tension there. Might have a little bit of fold here. Maybe folds going down here, going from the shoulder to the other point of tension. They often travel from one point to the other. So using some subtle lines to indicate that. Yeah, so when you observe this stuff here, there's a lot in here that you really don't need. So it's just about how you select the ones that you're gonna use and which ones that you kind of toss out. So that's kind of what I mean by all of this here, by looking at the point of tensions and then just using the folds that help you convey those, and all the other folds, the smaller folds that maybe don't help that much, like like this stuff here, like that one, not super important to have this fold there. It doesn't really go in any, doesn't add too much to the silhouette. So it's finding those that are important. Like this one here, very, very important fold here. That's point of tension, and it's kind of silhouette defining. So that would be like a really important one to have. So yeah, it's all about spotting those that are important, disregarding those that are not. That looks nice. But one thing that you did really, really well though is how you the frequency of your fold. So that's often something that I correct. Having like folds that will look more like stack of plates, or like fold like this, fold like this, fold like this, fold like this, where all the folds kind of the same size. That tends to attract the wrong kind of attention. Like you get kind of like a weird pattern in the fold as a result. The folds are meant to be super random, very chaotic in nature, and the fold that you have in here, they're nice and like nothing repeats too much. It's always like a nice spread throughout the garment. It's just that there's a lot of it, you probably don't need that much. I just wanted to point out because that's important, like the aesthetic of the fold. Yes, exactly. points of tension, and then work your way from there. And often with folds, you know, less is more, unless you can use the amount of folds to indicate the type of fabric. So it's a very thin fabric, you're gonna get a lot of folds. If it's a thicker fabric, you're gonna get much fewer folds. You know, you can look at that, for example, like those are big fat folds compared to this here, a lot finer, a lot thinner of a fabric, so you get some much deeper folds. The curve, like when it curves here, like over, versus this curve here, it's, you know, this is really fine compared to how thick this is. So anyways, you can use that too. So opinion of the character. Let's do that. I think what you have right now works really well. Not very unique though, so it's kind of missing a hook. And he's a rat catcher, so like anything having to do with rats, you know, like the imagery that you can think of when you think of a rat. Also, it might be good to indicate, like, is he like good or evil? Is he like catching the rats to make them fight, you know, in a rat fight club, or and kind of just abuse them, or is he trying to save them? That would be important too. So right now he seems like a nice dude, you know, and just kind of like collecting rats. Maybe he's like, you know, he's friends with them or something. But it's not sure. There's still a little bit of the doubt. But the hook would definitely help with that. So the hook of your character could be, let's say he's like a really bad person, and let's say he just, you know, he just collects rats to, you know, it's the same as a hunter collects, you know, the heads of the prey that he shoots, and then displays them in their house. So if he's that kind of person, then maybe, you know, there's like a pleasure, a thrill associated with catching rats, and so maybe he's like proud of that, and he displays that in his outfit somehow. So maybe he's gonna have some it could be I don't know, rats. So rats, a lot of what defines a rat is like the nose, like a small nose, but long and kind of just pointy. So that's probably something that you could add into the design, like the furriness also, and kind of like how the fur is usually dirty, because rats, and you know, they chill in dirty places. There's probably something to do with this kind of ratio here. Yeah, like long fat nose, a long fat nose, but then like a tiny tip of the nose. Big, beady eyes. And like a tail. So maybe he's maybe you could display a little bit more of that in his outfit. So maybe like this thing here is made out of rat fur. So maybe this is all furry instead. Maybe like his hair, or maybe he's got like really big ears. You know, maybe he's kind of the thing that reminds us of a rat. So maybe his facial structure is a little different. So maybe he's got like this really long ratty face. I'm just, you know, exaggerating here big time, but like maybe he's got like really big eyes. Maybe his ears are really big. maybe not that big. Maybe just disproportionately bigger ears. And then kind of like a rat mullet. You know, kind of it's the same kind of feel that you get as looking at like a New York rat, like ooh, gross, like oily hair. Yeah, like skull's a good one too, like having a bunch of it could be stuff that's hanging like on the side of this rag made out of rat skins. Maybe all of that's kind of you know, sewed together. You can tell that's a bunch of different colors because it's a bunch of different rats that he used for that. And then maybe he's got, I don't know, maybe he travels with this. Maybe like he wants to bring a bigger haul, and so he's got some different compartments here. You know, some like cages that he can carry around, I don't know, around his waist, or maybe something in the back here where he's got like a bunch of cases kind of stacked together, and he kind of just carries that so he can bring more with him. I don't know, like different stuff like that, right? So something that will always be very obvious. Something that's going to indicate what the character is about. So the hook way to think about it is like the one sentence that will describe your character, and then you can always pick him from a crowd of a bunch of different characters. Yeah, it could also be, yeah, like a big necklace with a bunch of rat heads. You know, like that would be more towards the evil type, where he's like proudly displaying that he's killed a bunch. Although killing rats is nothing to be proud of about that, but you know, he's one of those. Maybe the dog also looks a little bit like a rat. That you could play with that element too, like more of like a rat face for the dog, even though it's clearly a dog. Like maybe a breed that looks a little bit more like a rat, like a Chihuahua or something. Anyways, a bunch of stuff to think about here. Hope that helped. Moving on. Don't want to spend too long. Natalia. Alright, so very different than rats. What's up, Natalia? I had a great week, hope you did too. I resized the canvas and added some more details on my perspective assignments. Do you have any feedback on how it's going? Sending a new batch of gesture drawings as I try to tackle more challenging poses and add more volume. And welcome, Mitchell. And lastly, added another quick anime portrait fan art, tried to make it less detailed and more stylized than the last one. Alright. That one's solid. Oh, too, very nice. Here, this one, just be careful about the center of balance. So when there's too much mass on one side, and you know, like if one foot here can support it, like the head's pretty heavy, top of the torso, a lot of muscles, like a lot of big muscles there. So like I would probably tilt this way, like it would probably fall from this angle. So always look at kind of like the overall mass that you have here, and try to split that right down the middle so that you have equivalent mass on one side and equivalent mass on the other, and that's where the foot should be. Otherwise it's going to tilt one way or the other. Just be mindful of that. Maybe you were aware already, but like this guy also suffers from the same problem. Like his center of mass is a little too far behind. You know, if we take the heels here and we project them upwards, they almost, both of them end up in front of the shoulders. So usually the shoulders and the heels are pretty much lined up. So, you know, that would indicate another problem here. So if the heel was back there instead, that would be better. then it wouldn't fall backwards. Yeah, very good. So whenever you see this, you know, like a straight line, that should be a red alert. Beep 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 beep. Try to spot something else. You know, if you just see a straight line, then maybe try to come up with different curves in here that you can maybe observe. So thinking again that the spine is not a straight line. I mean, it's a straight line if you look at it from behind, you know, straight ahead. But the second that there's a little bit of torso, a little bit of rotation in the torso, then that curve will make itself visible. And so if you're walking upstairs, you know, your hip's gonna tilt one way or the other depending on the step that you take, and so that's gonna rotate your back. So already, you know, the back should be rotated one way since he or she's taking a step. So the clothes are gonna be more in that direction, and then that's gonna flip the other side when she takes the other step. And so yeah, try to always find curves in a gesture, like those legs. It's always opportunity to twist things around. Same thing with the arms here. I mean, the arms not much to do there, but the leg, maybe, the head, maybe having the head continue the same line. So if you don't see the curves, try to push those that exist already. Or more like if you don't see some crazy intense curves, try to push those that exist beyond what you can see. Because a lot of these are a little stiff. Nice proportions overall, so that's great. But a little stiff. Still, well, one thing here, you know, that line here should be parallel to the side if this thing is, you know, laying down on a straight floor. Because right now there's a little bit of a divergence here, like you get it's a little narrower up top than it is down there. That looks strange. So make sure that it's straight, and then if you can, you know, like I would avoid this one. It's great that you continued this one outside of the frame. Definitely helps. These two combine. If it's just that one, I think it's gonna be fine. But with that one too, either move it, push it into the scene so that it's not so close to the wall. You know, if the line was here, maybe not as much of a problem. But hugging the side and also being a little tilted there, I would avoid that because it's unusual that it would be this close. It's unusual that you would find these kinds of patterns, you know, like a lot of parallel lines away from the center of attention, away from the point of emphasis. And when things are unusual, they attract attention. That's curious. And then you end up looking at this part of the environment, this part of the scene more than the rest. Otherwise, this looks great. I love the layout. You know, like it feels much better now that there's a little bit of a buffer up here. This canvas, partially off canvas, looks great too. That's a nice touch. This poster, you know, yeah. Everything else is on point. One thing again to avoid, since you haven't done it yet, but avoid this, right? So again, having like the pole of that lamp line up almost perfectly with the leg of the table. Avoid that as much as you can. Place it where it's away, as far away as possible from those vertical lines. So maybe it's here, maybe it's off screen even. So maybe the lamp is kind of just like that. Maybe it's a little too far back, but... Or maybe it's a... desk lamp instead? Maybe you can move this over here and then have a lamp like that. Yeah, just avoid this. When you have like two similar objects that are overlap, but at different depth, it just looks very strange. Otherwise, very nice. And then in here, the only thing I'll say is the nose. The nose a little too big, probably. No problem with the mouth, you know, that's very anime. But the nose, it's more like my nose. Not very cute. So for the you know, the style in here, like the amount of simplification that you have, something a lot simpler, something a lot smaller, I think would fit better, like a small mouth. Usually small mouth, small nose, unless you really want to emphasize the nose as being huge. So I would just go maybe with, yeah, something a little smaller. Or like a button. Very simple. Not a whole lot of details there, just like you don't have a lot of details in your lips. Not a whole lot of details in the eyebrows, in the eyes. Very simple. And then you can kind of do the rest with maybe shading. And the reason why I give it this shape also is just everything is rounded in here, you know, like you have kind of this round circular shape language, round hair, round face, almost void of details, you know, it's pretty just nice continuous curve. I would probably round out the ears too, just so that it matches with the same it shares the same shape language. And then, just for presentation's sake, I would change the background color, at least locally. So probably make it lighter in some places. Just so that the silhouette of the character against the background pops a lot more. Because otherwise the hair kind of disappears when you look at it from too far away. Yeah. Hope that helps. And we're gonna move on to Peter. I'm trying some full screen illustration for the first time, so I would love your feedback, especially on the composition and, if anything, catching your eye. By the way, before I push and push it further. Okay. Love the colors in here. Very nice. So I much prefer the face on this one. A lot more aesthetic, just a lot more anatomically correct also. So yeah, man, I really like the. That was really good. So composition wise, like what I would recommend, or what I would do if it were me, is try to limit a little bit more like the width of the canvas, not by a lot, but like by about this much, just because what you have right now is great for like an environment piece where you have a lot that you want to show, like just a wide landscape, you know, full of interesting stuff. But in here, the width really doesn't add that much. You know, it's only wider to show the tip of the gun, really. But then, yeah, cropping out the gun looks a little strange. So, what I would have done is just, instead of having the gun be like this, and we can't see it, I would go like that. A lot more work though, but it would be a better composition. So I don't know, maybe that's too much. You know, it's not crazy wide that I would like really push for that. But actually, hold on a minute. The arm maybe a little too long also. Yeah, maybe the arm could be just shorter. That might just be the easiest way to go about this. Because her arms are quite long. Yeah, there you go. They can shave off a little bit. still the gun is inside of the canvas. Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, that's better. Seems like a good length. So got shoulder. Tricep, elbow, forearm, wrist, and the hand. Yeah, compared to the size of her face, size of her body, I think that would be good. Maybe you could even get away with a slightly shorter, like maybe at the wrist here. Bring that in even more. Problem solved. No need to tweak the perspective. Boom. And then, so her torso is mostly seen from the side, so there's gonna be some issue here with the chests. So you probably want to overlap them a little bit more than that. So we'll have this one. Again, this starts, it starts from the shoulder, so chest muscle is gonna be kind of like that. The other one back there would probably be a lot more like here. First one, the right one, and then the other one behind. So I don't know that the other one you need to change too much, but the first one, yeah, have it follow like where the shoulder is going, because if you go like you touch here and you pull your shoulder forward, like all of this kind of comes with. And then you can probably have slightly thinner torso overall. That's a lot of mass in here. Maybe the left arm also a little long. If you have shoulder here, shoulder, elbow. That's the length. Where's the other shoulder? Back here, maybe. Shoulder. Yeah, that's about right. But if the elbow's down here, you're not gonna reach there. So maybe, maybe the wrists will start here instead. And so you'll be able to see the hand. Or if you don't want to see the hand at all, if you don't want to paint that, that's too much work. Then just lift the elbow a bit more. Just might not look as good because you won't be able to see the highlight there. Yeah, probably that's the best one. And we can see her gesture, whatever she's doing with her helmet, and then you don't have to move the arm at all. Yeah, so slight composition / anatomy adjustment because the two are kind of linked, but otherwise this is going in the right direction. Really like it. Really cool, Peter. Looking forward to see the update on this. And now, yep. Sweet dreams, Laura. Sweet dreams, Juan. I will be back in 10-ish, 15 minutes, and then we'll wrap this up. Start with Daniel when we come back. All right. I'm back. Let's keep going. We have what, 7 more? Alrighty. Starting again with Daniel. What's up? So this is the first project that I'm sending. Ooh. Welcome. Awesome. From Jetja. Am I saying this right? We'll never know. With the aim of learning as much as possible in the field of digital arts. I'm currently working on term 1, and this week I wanted to focus on perspective. This is a room that I drew with a reference, but I decided to make a slightly different wall size so as not to rely too much on the reference. So I wanted to ask primarily if I'm proceeding correctly. Also wanted to ask you some recommendations on what I should add to the room. I want to ask if there's any other interesting ways to draw nice circles. Personally, I'm afraid that I will fight this shape forever. To draw, well, not forever, that's for sure. So don't worry about that. But yeah, circles. I mean, there's a trick to it, right? It's all in the motion, a continuous motion, and it's like a motor skill. It's just something that you have to just like writing, you know. So A, B, you know, like when you're a kid and you practice drawing like same letters over and over and over again. It's just the same, except this time it's an O. And so if I try to do it with just my wrists, you know, I always get shit results. So it's all in the technique, you know, using your elbow, using your shoulder, and like you start with not drawing anything, and then when you feel like you have a good motion, then you put pressure and then you actually draw something. So that looks like doo-doo. And like you'll rarely get them perfect. It's just as long as you know what a perfect circle looks like, you know, if you look at this and be like, that's perfect. No, not quite. So you can always refine it, tweak it, erase the stuff that you don't need. So it's not like you need to have it perfect in one go, ever. You know, when I draw circles, rarely perfect. You can fix them up a little bit. And then you draw the rest of the face. But anyways, so it's just like shooting darts, you know. You can't just, there's a technique for it, but also it's just practice, you know, until you get good at it. And that's the kind of same idea. Darts, complete random example. I don't even do that, but anyways, let's check out this room. Construction. Oh, nice reference. So the perspective in here looks really good. It's not even like it's not necessarily a problem. Just like this pipe, for example, not quite lined up with the rest of the stuff. Like this one goes that way, but yeah, if you wanted to like everything to be kind of perfectly lined up with the perspective that you have going on, that one would need to adjust slightly here. But it could just be a cable that goes in a different direction, you know, just like you can have a cable going like this. In terms of the actual construction though of the scene, everything looks good. So there's no line, you know, that seems out of place or anything like that. So it did a great job here. So that's the assignment. Make sure that you can construct a simple scene, and you nailed it. So well done. So yeah, like these, you know, like dressing up the room, that kind of stuff. That's a little bit more design oriented. So not necessarily part of the assignment, but might as well, since you know, since you have a nice base here. What I recommend, you know, to students usually when it comes to design in general, so it applies here as well, would be to go for like try to come up with the extremes, like extreme cases, like. Of course, think of the purpose of this room, but usually that helps to think of the person that lives there, the person that occupies it. So make that person an extreme case, you know, like this room is pretty mellow and it's kind of like a sci-fi room, but there's like a TV, there's an aquarium. Is that an aquarium? Like a terrarium, whatever. It seems to be like, what is this? It's like a patient. It's like you go lay on there to be examined by the doctor or something. Like not clear what this is meant to be in the reference itself. So, but yeah, you could turn that into something, you know, something completely different. But yeah, start to think of those kinds of things. So, let's say the person is a medical doctor, you know, but like a world famous doctor. Like take it to the extreme. Famous doctor that specializes in something that's quite unique, so maybe specializes in the brain, you know, like a neuroscientist or brain surgeon. And so that person, you know, you could extrapolate and be like, all right, that's crazy passionate about brains. And so what can you add in here to make that obvious? So it could be like a bunch of charts on the walls, you know, like different anatomy charts, maybe a bunch of books and a bunch of like shelves with a lot of books in there with you know, just different subjects about the brain, about neuroscience, that kind of stuff. So, you know, somebody that's educated gonna have a lot of books because they read a lot. His typical stereotypes. And then, yeah, maybe a bunch of stuff on the desk that they've been studying. You know, maybe like an old cup of coffee, like a pile of papers from I don't know, some different cases or different not customers. What's the word? Clients? No, not clients. Patients. And could also have, yeah, like room for his or her gowns. Is that how you say it? Gowns? Whatever, like their outfit. And then yeah, like what else? You know, what else would a crazy brain doctor have? Maybe he's got like some 3D like holographic brain thing that's kind of rotating in space. Maybe he's got like a bunch of like I said, like brain posters. Maybe he's got like some like the like another poster for the nervous system. You know, those kinds of things, and it would make it obvious once you look at this. You know, once you've added all of these details in. Oh, this person seems like a doctor just from the clothes that's kind of hanging here, or maybe like laying on the bed there, and maybe the bed would be made because it's a doctor after all. You know, they keep their life tidy. Do they? I don't know. And then maybe, yeah, like the gowns are on the bed waiting to be picked up to go to work. Maybe like a briefcase somewhere, some shoes, like some nice, I don't know, some work shoes or some business shoes, you know, that kind of stuff. And also probably they make a lot more money than the person that lives in this apartment. So some things to indicate that the person is rich. So maybe some nice materials, some like crown molding here on the wall. Maybe some coffered ceilings, a slightly bigger room, maybe like a bigger bed. This is for this particular person, obviously. Like, you know, I don't expect you to change everything here, but that's the kind of stuff that I think about when designing rooms, when designing anything. Really, you have to come up with like a really, really good backstory that can drive a lot of those decisions for you. So that helps. About the circles, just gotta practice. But yeah, again, don't expect perfection. Perfect circles only come once in a while. As long as you can make them circular after some work, then that's all that matters. As long as they're circular-ish, you'll be good. So Warren, what up? So I've had a good week. Hope you have as well. So this week I've been slightly ill and also busy at work, so I've been only able to produce one mech design. Last week I tried using a 2D block techniques to produce the mech, and I used gradient maps to color it afterwards. Personally, I found this difficult compared to my usual process, so this week I took the lessons you thought and applied them to my own process. The blue and green robots next to this week. Right. Also, how is the design? You're welcome, Daniel. Have sweet dreams. See you next week. So, how's the new design? I think it's interesting, but I'm not sure how to improve it or how to improve my design skill in general. The front four planes are supposed to be light sources, which I would have done a second piece. Which I would have done a second piece if I had. These are light sources, or this? Probably this, right? The big ones. Well, so when designing mechs, function, you know, just like since we don't have the human body, the human anatomy to rely on when drawing a mech, when you draw like a person, it's obvious what this person is going to do depending on their outfit. And so you want to do the same thing here, and it's also obvious that it's a person depending on their outfit. So there's a set of things that they'll be able to do, others that they won't be able to do. You know, you look at a person and be like, that person can't fly. Obviously, it doesn't have wings. or that person will be able to run, but not like a jet engine, not as fast, or can't whatever. This comes with a set of limits. With mechs, limits, there are no such limits, and so always good to kind of create your own, to kind of build a mech in a way that makes it obvious what he's about, what he can do, what he can't do. Like this guy is a good example. This is a robot. What does that robot do? Carry a bunch of plants. So like a gardener robot. Clear, nice hook. And here I think that's mostly what's missing. So I love the colors that you have in here. Looks cool. It's very nice. Well constructed. Although, yeah, well constructed. Although maybe like this is a little off center. This is not quite the same as this here. Like the angle of the top there is slightly different. Where's your vanishing point? Oh, so that's why. Okay, the vanishing point is really close. But also, yeah, no, there's something going on here. So like this goes to the vanishing point, I'm guessing. Yeah, so is this like, this is too low or too high? So there's some little something here in the perspective going on. Okay, let me try to find out where this converges here. That's the horizon? That doesn't seem right. Yeah, so the perspective has got some issues. Like it doesn't look bad, when you look at it like this at first glance, but then like when you start to try and fix the issues, like this doesn't seem like it's pointing forward, like it should be more like that. And so that diamond shape would be a little more forward. Like that would feel like it's in the middle a little more. So yeah, like that's an easier fix, but like when you're trying to align these things here, that thing there, these two here are probably not the right length. And based on that vanishing point here, they should follow the same here. So if this one reaches all the way up, that one should also, based on that vanishing point. So I'm not even sure if this is the correct vanishing point, but yeah, the same thing here. Like the top there will be angled, that will be angled too. So some issues with the perspective here. So that would be the first one to adjust. And like for this, I would suggest that you build it in a very similar way that you did last week. Maybe not with the simple shapes initially, but block it out first. That's always a valid logic. So you would create like a big box first, like a big container box. All right, you want your mech to be in here. All right, maybe like the things on the sides here, the arms, those are other boxes. You can draw those based on the vanishing points that you have, based on the construction of your scene. And then like the base legs, the legs start here. Maybe they go in a little bit, so you can kind of work and like sculpt the box that you had for the bottom part here. Add maybe another box for the top to figure out what that's gonna look like, and then drill a hole in it. In that box here, try to find the center of it, and then push that out. That's gonna become the tip. You can join at the center. It's gonna be the middle of it. This is the center, like the line of symmetry, that mech. Anyways, just like you would build a building, you kind of build the same thing here, except it's a mech. So start big, like big volumes, and then kind of sculpt them into smaller pieces. But when it comes to like the colors, the shading on here looks very good. So I mean, there's not a whole lot of shading, so you know, gradient maps in here wouldn't work that well anyways. So you know, gradient maps are great when there's a lot of subtleties in the shading. So if you have like a sphere, that would work great for that, because you have a nice fall off from light to dark. Nicer than that. Oh boy. Anyways, you have kind of like this whole range to play around with, and all of these different values to attach different colors to. But when it's more of a like cell shading, for example, you know, if it were more like that, where there's like 2 tones or like 3 tones, well, that's the limit. It's going to be the limit of the gradient map. You can tweak that color, you can tweak that color or that one, but that's it. Nothing else to tweak. So sometimes the gradient map's not the best way if it's too simple. So in this case, yeah, it seems to work really well what you did. But anyways, let's talk about design now that the construction has found some issues. So make sure construction is correct first and foremost, and then the design. This is like a flashlight robot. The light comes from here, from here. Feels like if it comes from this whole panel, it's probably too much light, or maybe you could have like these like small LEDs. Although that would create like a crazy pattern. Yeah, probably not. It'd be cool if it was just the center though, like Iron Man. Yeah, I have still no idea what it does. So lights, maybe it's a robot that sells light, a merchant robot. So this is like the indicator that he's got some fuel to sell. You know, maybe have some like different levels there. Right now it's max level. He's got a bunch of power to sell you, and so he's also got a bunch of I don't know, maybe these are the battery packs on the side. Maybe he has got bigger battery packs in the back here, or maybe it's in the legs. It doesn't really matter. Then how does he collect that power? Maybe these are like solar panels. Maybe he's got a bunch of other solar panels back here, like creating like a cool shell for the whole thing there. And maybe all of that, you know, as he walks around, roams the city, roams the hood, he gathers all the power, and maybe like his solar panel is like really good, really high efficiency, and so you know doesn't need to have that many, and he can load up on power and then diffuse it to when people come. And so maybe there's a place to like a cable to stick out, you know, kind of like at a gas station, like a pump that you can stick out and then stick it into your devices or your car or whatever. Maybe there's like a little panel here to indicate the price that it's going to cost you, like a place to put your money or something. I don't know, it's a random idea, but you know, like something like that, something that has a clear purpose, something that's unique, strong hook, kind of like that. Can be silly, doesn't matter, like that's kind of silly of a design, but it's fun, and like we understand right away what it's about, and so it's successful design. I think that one's kind of missing that. Beautiful colors though. Love the shadows in here. So there's something to do with this. Looking forward to see what you do with that, Warren. I'm moving on to Santiago. Wee! Hello. Alright. What's up, Santiago? I am doing okay. I think next week will be my last weekly live stream, so I'm back with a VV Fine Art painting contest. I'd like to have it finished so I can do my full 1-year art school submission. We're looking forward to this. So definitely let me know general feedback on the painting to improve as much as I can. I'm having a hard time with the folds on her skirt, to be specific. And could you also let me know if the foreshortening and shapes of her arms are accurate. Right. Well, first glance, this looks really good. Really good. I mean, composition wise too. It's almost like a textbook, you know. Whee! Very, very nice. the stuff in here, it's subdued enough that I mean maybe you could get that lost a little bit more in like the dust, or you know, like air, or it seems a little dusty down there, but maybe a little more of this, just so that we lose this big shape here, because it commands a lot of attention. But the curves are nice, and like it kind of works with the flow of the painting. So it's just like I noticed my eye going down there quite a bit, just because it's such high contrast. Some of the brightest spots, some of the darkest spots of the image, you know, in big amounts. So something to adjust here probably. Mostly just lighting it up. I think it's gonna work fine. Let's take a look at the character here. Yeah, really digging the pose. Love the hand here. Nice gesture. That arm here, maybe like introduce a bend in it. Like you have some bend here, right? So the elbow goes there, and then the forearm comes our way. So there's a bend at the elbow, a bend. So maybe do the same here. Going that way and then up. Just in general, try to avoid limbs, you know, that are straight foreshortened like that. That never looks that great. Always better to go one that's barely foreshortened and the other one that's very foreshortened. In this case, forearm, not much foreshortening going on. It's going to be more like the upper arm that's they'll be going away from us. Just more interesting poses, interesting silhouettes. The legs look pretty good. So yeah, I mean, overall, first impression is very, very positive. It's just like when you start to look at it, you're like, oh, okay, a couple things that we could adjust in here. So like anatomy-wise, I think this, yeah, for the position of her hips here, that knee is probably a little high. Might work better if we're up. Might a little too low, excuse me, not high. Complete opposite, because if you trace the rest of the leg here going to the hips, you know, if her hips are here, which would make sense because her other glutes probably something like that. Right, so this one is this leg, the other leg is a little further forward. So you want to make sure that the distance between here and the knee is the same here as well. So that works a little better, and it leaves a little more length also for the lower part of the leg. It was a little short before, so now that solves that problem. So this back here, I don't think is part of the leg, right? That would make sense, but it makes it seem like it is. You know, it makes it seem at first glance that this is kind of like the contour of the knee. So I would adjust that. Get that thing the heck out of there. If it's the belt around, maybe it can just be here or something. And then something going on in the belly. And how like she feels maybe like a little too small. But from the side, you know, like you would see. So I think your problem is that you're treating the torso like a cylinder, but it's more like a flat cylinder. So if it's just a cylinder, the belly button, you know, the center will be here. But if it's a flat cylinder, more like a box. This is going to be, I think the distances here is not going to be quite the same anymore. But so it feels like you chose to go with that, but the center is a little off center, so a little more like that. I don't know, it's hard to explain. Anyways, to fix this, you just have to move the belly button to the right side. So that's facing forward a little bit more. And then probably introduce a little bit of a shadow here for the obliques. Because for sure she's flexing in this position. Hips, obliques, ribs, and then you have the abdominal group with whatever is left here in the front. So in reality, it's more like this. Why is it so shaky? There you go. So this represents the torso a lot better. So you're missing kind of like this line here, the line between the obliques and the abdominal group. And the belly button position also is not facing the front enough, so it's kind of off center. It makes it look strange. What else can I pick out here? The face looks nice. It's just mature though, like very mature compared to the Vivi's age. It's like Vivi, but like another 10 year. So yeah, if it were more like Vivi, like bigger eyes, a little younger, more youthful anatomy, less of a chin, bigger eyes. So the ratio between the eyes and the head's a little different. Other than that, I think it looks fantastic. So a few things, but yeah, overall the anatomy looks great. It's just some minor stuff. Beautiful pose, super cool dynamic, love the composition. Be cool to have something in here though. Like right now, this space here feels a little void. I mean, it could be just like a background element or just some particles. Honestly, it could be anything. Just right now, there's like a big area here that has nothing. So probably add something in there. But other than that, this looks killer, Santiago. Really nice. Robin, oh snap. That is that's epic. So I'm glad to see that I have a certain new follower on Instagram. This week I started working on this new piece. The idea was to take Vivi and turn her into a level 80 video game character. Nice. Yeah, Vivi level 5 here, and Vivi level 100. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, that looks cool. Love the pose. Angle is super epic. So far, composition, you know, like a kind of Christmas tree composition. Boop, 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 boop. Works really well. Yeah, beautiful lines as always. Nice and expressive. Line weight at the right spots. Only one thing maybe that looks a little off. It's just like how the fabric covers the chest here. like you would have some, like the folds would have to go around there, follow the shape. Because right now it looks like she's only got like one, you know. So for the other one to work, you'd have to like contour it. You can dip inside in between, but then kind of go around. Or probably just safer to, you know, to have it go over it like it would a shoulder. Wait, does it start here? Doesn't really matter where it starts. Yeah, just the way that it completely covers the breast right now, it makes it look like it's not there at all. Like the folds is just completely ignoring the volume underneath. So yeah, you would have to kind of curve around there, make it clear that there's something here pushing against. And also if it is actually pushing against the fabric, then you're not gonna have folds right there. So that's gonna be a point of tension, if anything. So folds happen between points of tension, not on the point of tension usually. Anyways, that's just like one thing that was bothering me, but yeah, other than that, oh, this looks good. Very good. Love what you did with the crown too. Like she found her legendary crown. That's all I got. Really cool so far. What up, Kevin? So I wanted to post this line I did and wanted to know how this is. I use the photo reference, but I need to learn how to quickly sketch a foundation when I look at live images. 10-second gesture drawing practice help with this. And what kind of pencils and eraser would you recommend when I go on my trip to Africa? Oh boy, pen and eraser recommendation. I've always drawn my entire life, you know, when I draw traditionally with a mechanical pen. Never used pencil, almost never. Just because, you know, when you're on the go, you don't have erasers, and you know, I would always be in the go, like you're in class, you know. I didn't want to have a pencil sharpener that always have to go empty, just lazy. So yeah, always have a mechanical pen. Click, 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 and then you're ready to go. I'll show you the one I use. I still use it to this day, the same I used in high school. I wish I knew the name. This one. No. Let me go grab it. I have it back here somewhere. Ooh. Horrible shape. That's not even it. That's not the one. Although this is, I used to use this for the Pilot color Eno pens. Come on. Oh, it's mirrored, so I can't even read it. But I used to do this for like animation stuff. So you draw in blue, and after that you draw with the pencil on top, and then when you scan it, you can remove the blue layer, and so there's no sketch line. It's only the clean that comes up. Anyway, that's not what I wanted to show you. But to be honest, any mechanical pen will do. Doesn't really matter. I just like to use the bigger leads. Is that how you say it? The refill, whatever. Like the 0.7 millimeter. And then for the eraser, again, same thing I've always used my entire life. Just like a click mechanical eraser. You know, like the stick looking ones. That's it. Two things that you can refill. It's easy. They don't break. You don't need to sharpen anything on the go. Easy to store somewhere. Cause like two of them are the same format, two little sticks. Anyways, that's that. So 10 second for anything is really not enough. So at least, especially for something like this, like for a lion, something, or for animals in general, stuff that you're not really used to. Yeah, it's hard to keep it sharp, especially when you're in a go. But you know, my choice for tools is only convenience oriented. Quality between like a really good pencil and a mechanical pencil. I was able to do the same thing with both, especially with the one that has like the 0.7 millimeter. You can always like, you know, kind of like use up one side of it, so you get like a sharp edge, and then you get another one that's a little flatter, so you get more. You can do more things with your line. Anyways, but yeah, 30 seconds at least, bare minimum for any kind of study. 10 seconds you can't really. It's gone, you know, already. So. The only reason why I didn't have, you know, why I don't have gesture drawing for animals in the class compared to like for humans, like the human figure, is because most people are not going to be drawing animals in action. It's the only reason. It's just something that people don't do as much, not nearly as much, and so the class was more, for the average student, somebody that's gonna, you know, will want to know about animals, want to know how it's created, how it's built, how it's constructed, and kind of like the different varieties, the patterns that exist, that kind of stuff. But to answer your question, yes, gesture drawing, that's totally viable. It's just that most animal pictures, unless it's like you know, nature shots, you know, from like Discovery Planet documentaries, that kind of stuff, where they're in movement and action. Usually animals will be photographed when they're static. So that's the only reason. But yes, you could totally do gesture drawing for animals too. That works just as well. Just the references maybe not as easy to find, but if you happen to be in nature right there on location, then yeah, that would probably be a good one to practice before you actually get there, because that's exactly what you'll be doing. Like the best kind of gesture drawing that you can do is with a live model, when the model is there live. It's just that's not realistic for most people, and so, you know, I don't push for people to do that, but that's the best kind for sure. So if you can do it, if you have the opportunity to do it with animals, again, gesture drawing with animals, with live animals, pretty rare, but yeah, that would be a good way to prepare for it. So anyways, I'm just repeating the same thing. Looking at this lion, I don't have the reference though, but I'll just pull one up. Lion male. Not quite the same. Well, that's not it. Copy image. Come on. Why is my clipboard so slow? How long do I have to wait for this to copy? There we go. So yeah, a good thing that I looked at the reference, because my initial reaction always with like male lions that the legs too short because they have such a big face. Even if you take out the mane, like their face huge compared to like the arms, the legs. Almost looks comical, like a bulldog, bulldog proportion. But still, here I think it's going to be more like the pose that's a little off, like how the legs diverge maybe a little too much, because yeah, quadrupeds like thoracic cages, rib cages, very narrow, very narrow. Like you can totally fit in here. So I think having the leg a little closer together would fit better. And then for the rest, yeah, I don't know, it was sitting maybe. Feels like it's like something is missing here. Maybe it's the angle that was a little awkward where we can see like the back of the body. But for most shots, you know, like for a good shot, you want something like this where you can see a little bit of the animal rather than just the head and the front legs. That's it. Eggman. That's supposed to be a lion. Oh well. So yeah, in the back here, maybe like the leg sticking out like this, tail, or having it a little bit more from the side so we can see a little bit of the back. So look for those kinds of references. Always just more aesthetic. But yeah, I don't know. Like when it comes to the construction here of the face, love what you did with the eyes here. Like the face feels well constructed. It feels like it's in the right angle. So that's the hardest. So great job doing that. You would probably have a better, like an easier time if you, maybe you did, but if you drew the rest of the head too, like where the ears are, how the neck connects to the torso here. So maybe that seems a little like this is gonna be like the center of the torso. And yeah, maybe it just feels like he's got like maybe like a twist like this in the neck. Again, I don't know, like I'm talking about a reference that I don't have, but yeah, so if that's your goal, I mean, for sure you need to do that kind of stuff, right? You need to be able to look at these kinds of animals and be able to like pull out the information that's necessary for you to draw a sketch that looks like it. But for like the amount of time that you have to best prepare, I think gesture drawing is going to be the way to go instead of something like this. Like I would recommend that you look at a bunch of images, like probably like documentary would be even better, like where they show like a bunch of lions, you know, and you can just stop, play, stop, play, stop, so you get a bunch of different poses, a bunch of them, really easily, and then you can draw them like 30 seconds, maybe a minute, maybe 2 minutes, like vary it up, change it up, and yeah, and practice doing the kinds of animals that you'll be seeing on your trip, just so that you have some practice already, so that it's not like a new thing that you're trying all of a sudden. And then from there, once you have a bunch of good sketches, then you can always, you know, take them home, kind of look at a bunch more references, like something like this up close, and be like, oh, okay, and then like detail them a little bit more, like push them further. But yeah, gesture drawing I think would be perfect. But definitely more than 10 seconds. 10 seconds, I mean, I don't know how long it would take me to get this. At least 30 seconds, I would think. Running out of space already. Yikes. Because like for animals, especially a lion, you know, you can't just leave a. I mean, it's just not gonna look that good if that's the head. You know, if you simplify a head as much as you would simplify a human face, you know, you can get away with a gesture that looks like that. With a lion, I feel like you need a little bit more in there to make it look like an actual lion and not like some other quadrupeds that would look, you know, that would be a completely different animal. So I feel like you're gonna lose a lot of time here doing that kind of stuff, like figuring out, all right, what's the nose here, what's the nose situation, the ratio of the nose versus the eyes, and like shape of the mouth, because that's really gonna define the animal. In quadrupeds, the good thing is that the body is always the same, but if you want to make it look like a particular animal, there's some detail that you'll need to add. When it's a human, there's only one race that stands up like us, and so if you draw a character with a head that looks like this but with proportions that seem like they're human proportions, then you don't need to draw the face. You know, we know it's a human. But a quadruped, not so much. That's why it's probably going to be a little bit of a time sink there, so I'll practice that kind of stuff. Moving on to Luke. All right, so this is the second concept sheet for my project. I took some of what you said last week into account. I hope the gold medals come across better now. Change the color scheme, and I decided to keep the hair and cloak the same color, even if it comes across as a bit synthetic, like the end result. But there's always room for improvement. All right. Oh yeah, that looks a lot more like gold. Halo, look at this. Yeah. Yeah, dude. I will say maybe a little too bright everywhere. You know, like I would keep this level of brightness for, yeah, like the shoulders, maybe like the top of the bicep. Only like its subtle highlights. So like down here, I think I'll probably get rid of most of that. To guide the eye once again towards what matters. So down here, you know, not a whole lot that's important. But if you have like this crazy amount of contrast, like super bright and super dark, it just attracts a lot of attention. And so try to limit that. So it looks good, like it looks really good the way that you did it here. But I would tone that down quite a bit. Get rid of most of it on the legs, and save it for the top of the body, because this already, I mean, that's enough, you know, to make it read like gold. Maybe like overall could be just a little brighter, but same thing with the abs here. Like the abs are not facing the light, you know, the light's probably coming a little bit from above. If I look at the highlight you have here, top of the hair, you know, so it's the top down light, and so the abs happen to be almost parallel to the light source, so most of the abs I would think probably wouldn't get much. Maybe like the lower abs, because those curve, maybe those point up maybe a little bit more. But still, like I would focus on the top. At the top part of the muscle, because the light's coming from above. Later, Coco. So yeah, same thing with the arms, you know, so that it's not just even like a tube, because there's going to be some bend in here. So the shoulder, yes, will point up, but the bicep, maybe not. You know, maybe the bicep is, again, parallel to the light source. Maybe the forearm will be able to catch some of that light if it's slightly bent towards us. But I would yeah, vary this up quite a bit. So we're looking for like the overall read. Yeah, I think this works a little better. Same idea, you know, like this part of the leg here, very bright. Even though it's white, you know, you could totally tone that down. That doesn't scream as loud. And this way allows you to save some of the white, you know, the brightest colors for the gold, to make that extra shiny in some places. And if anything, it also allows you some room to add some gloss if you wanted to. You know, if you want to make this look glossy. If it's all white already, you can't do that. But when it's a little darker, you can. She looks cool though. I dig like the bigger cape. She definitely feels more imposing. I feel like it would be cool to treat like the edges here the same as you did with this. Like that's super nice. Like it just adds a little nice touch to the silhouette. Again, the stuff that's spiky usually tends to feel a little bit more menacing than like a round like turtle shell. That's like not like leave me alone kind of silhouette, you know. So I would do the same thing everywhere. Gonna make that a little bit more expressive, a little edgier. Like a porcupine. Other porcupines have spines to protect themselves, but that's not the point. Like a cactus. Because that makes for a pretty unique silhouette. Yeah, otherwise, like the blacks in here, like I would try to make them brighter still. And like the lighter the pants are, the shorts are, the more shiny your metal will look like in comparison. Because the fabric itself, you know, is maybe not gonna have as much contrast as the metal. So having like that's too much, like that's too faded. But when you have like that contrast between something that contrast between contrast, essentially the contrast between contrast levels. So if the pants are a little bit more matte, not as reflective, and then you put that against like the really reflective legs, a ton of contrast in here, it's gonna create like a really nice effect. Is that we can't see any of that when it's too dark. That's why I'd everything that's black right now would make it a little bit lighter. Black items under sunlight, they can get pretty bright, and it's gonna help us appreciate the gold even more. Yeah, in terms of the design, I think that's pretty much it, because it's really cool. Otherwise, it's just like some stuff we can see as well. And then the gold, how it was very bright everywhere, kind of impacted negatively the composition. But you almost need this. This looks like she's got some cheese in between her leg and between her teeth. Oh boy. I was trying to give her like a gold tooth or gold teeth. I think that would be fitting. You know, she's gangster. Why is she not wearing anything gold? Like even her earring is not gold. Come on, man. Missed opportunity. Or maybe like some well, actually, yeah, for face. So yeah, the face doesn't really look like gold here, but yeah, when it is all gold, maybe the clean, just glossy teeth in contrast might look nice. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I feel like, you know, she's all about gold, so like all of this stuff, like I'm just repeating what I would hear all the time in a game studio. Like if the theme is gold, then just go extra gold everywhere. So her glasses, you know, should be made out of gold too. Why not? She's all about gold. Her gun, she had like a golden gun. That'd be perfect too. Or maybe some golden accent or something. Same thing in here with the leg. You know, like a lot of kitchens do that now. Like just interior design where they're gonna have like an all white kitchen with like gold accent. Looks nice. So that could totally be the case here too. Like she could have like some gold trims in there. Maybe like some flower, some vine patterns, or like something, you know, something that looks fancy. Gold trims on white glossy material always looks very nice. But yeah, other than that, looks super cool, dude. Yeah, like I wouldn't, maybe not the gold on gold, but gold accents, you know, like maybe gold somewhere on here. You know, maybe like this is written in gold. Maybe that's too much. But if the zipper here, you know, gold zipper. Or it could be like a bigger, like a thicker, I'm not saying to replace this, but you know, an example could have been a like a more tribal kind of necklace with gold accent. So maybe she's got like feathers in there, or pieces of leather, or you know, whatever, like big beads that are not gold, maybe just colorful beads, and then some gold inlays in there somewhere. Or anyways, as is, it's really nice. So for the house, really cool, dude. And then there was Curtis. Ooh. Oh man. She's got an eye on her grimoire. That's good. Man, that came out quite nice. So I'm not quite a year of art school yet, but I decided to redo the benchmark character that I created after starting the program. I'm fairly certain you haven't seen this one since I don't think I started joining the streams until December, but here's what I got so far. Also finished my BB art, so I guess I'll post that as well. Get your thoughts. Hell yeah. I mean, it's super nice already. You know, there's a lot of great qualities about this, but the difficulty, you know, if we put them both on a scale, like she has like character design, amount of skills involved, all that stuff, level shading, colors. Like a 5 out of 10. It's already really good. This right here this is close to this is a 9 right here. So like some things that I would, you know, look at still. A little bit of the, maybe it's a style though. So I don't know about the skin. It's just there's a lot of contrast, you know. It goes from very, very bright to very dark. I personally prefer when you can see a little bit more of the the shininess, kind of what I did with Luke. You know, when you have like some areas of the skin it's a little shiny. Same on the legs here, where you have enough where the skin is dark enough that you can do that, and you know, you can have this kind of effect here. That looks cool. But that looks nice too. It almost looks like a little watercolor. Anyways, like just the pose itself is sick. You know, it's so spot on. anatomy here is quite a nice. The only thing I would say about the anatomy is maybe like the neck position is a little off based on the shoulder here. Like feels like it would need to come in a little more so that's centered with the torso. Maybe a little bit. And so here you can have that a little higher. Yeah, maybe something there, but other than that, that was really good. Yeah, it's really high level. And the main reason why I don't, I don't give it a 10 is just shading in some areas. That's, not, I don't know if you finished it, maybe not. So take that with a grain of salt. But, the fold here, for example, a jacket, like this feels pretty flat. You could definitely have this be a lot more of a volume. Went maybe a little deeper in some of these folds. Maybe that's a little too much, but like shape them slightly different. Like instead of a like textured tube, you have instead like really deep folds that impact the silhouette and that have their own light, their own lighting. Like this, a lot more interesting to look at. It's just a little upgrade. It's not much here, but you can feel like you can touch it, right? A little more at least. But yeah, so if it's not done, that's good to know. Yeah, like the shading behind, between the leg here, the lower leg, the upper leg. Making sure that there's enough contrast in here. That kind of stuff. But man, that looks sick. I think there's something you could do, like something you could improve the colors to. Like this here, it's a nice color palette, orange and like the dark cool purple. It's a nice combo with like accent of green. But maybe a little too evenly spread out. Like I feel it would be a much stronger design if you took like maybe some of the colors out of the boots and slapped them on some part of the outfit up here. To arrange like the more interesting colors, the more stimulating colors around the head of the character. So maybe this is orange. Looks like she's naked. Maybe not. Maybe it's just like the inside of her jacket. So a little extra orange in here. Can't really see that either. Oh, there it is. It's orange already. Stole my idea. Yeah, it's it's like a common thing with your characters. The focal point, like the color is always nice, but it's like how you arrange them, the focal point is always a little too weak. So I don't know what you could do in here. Maybe it's just like the headband here, that's super orange. A lot more orange maybe. Could be like all those smaller details, maybe those are orange. Maybe those are all green. Maybe it's her eyes. Maybe her makeup. hair. Maybe some accents. Something. That's better, but you know, it's like it would only work for this illustration, because if she's not holding the sword here, she's holding it somewhere else, then the attention is gonna go somewhere else. Not a bad idea, but maybe on the inside of the jacket here it's all green. I don't know, man. I'm nitpicking because it's such sick art that, like, there's a bunch of different things that you can do here. Like, I don't know if you want to stick to this 100%. But the colors could have been a little better. I mean, it's already pretty good, but you know, this attracts a lot of attention. So some of that orange here, I feel like could be repurposed somewhere around here. Make her face scream a little louder. Man, yeah, that looks good. And like I pointed out the folds, because it's kind of similar here, you know, the fold story, like a little too soft shaded. Like here, if you had some, I don't know, some harder folds and some better defined folds. Really good. I feel like there's something in the shading of the fold here that could definitely improve this. Just make it look more, just more, even more. Yeah, man. Damn. Impressive stuff. Could be this too, maybe like that necklace thing is green instead. Also, another, I feel like I should say this because I've mentioned it usually. I've mentioned it in previous concepts too, but like I would make all these smaller details here just a little bigger, like 50% bigger, 100% bigger. Because from this scale here, like my screen is not a small screen, and those details just kind of disappear. You know, they're so small. So I imagine like somebody looking at this on their phone, there's no way they're gonna see any of this. And it looks nice. It's a nice touch. Looks cool. Or just a tiny bit bigger. Now suddenly it's a detail that we can't miss. You know, it's there. Yeah, boom. So look at all the the really small details in here and consider doing the same. But man, nice way to end the stream. Some beautiful art. Awesome stuff, Curtis. So yeah, let's stop right here. So I am sure Livy and Hannah are gonna be quite happy. Sick fine art like this. I hope the feedback was helpful. I hope even if you didn't get your art review today, that some of this, you know, you can still take home and apply to your own art in one way or another. I had a great time. A lot of really cool art today. As usual, a lot of progress. So it's super exciting. Looking forward to next week. And yeah, hope you guys are gonna have a good rest of your weekend. Good creative week ahead of you. And you made it this far. Congrats. You're extra awesome. If you're watching this later on YouTube and you lost track along the way, like, what am I watching? What am I listening at? And if you want to get your art review like this, you can find more information about the program, the art school program, down in the description below. And yeah, maybe join our crazy gang when I get to accepting new students. eventually. And yeah, so hope I'll see you guys next week. Have a good one, and peace out.